Oops, that's not right. Hello everyone, PMR here today, joined with Baz, the Bazza 59, and we are so proud to announce and cast the SVE Master Championship. So it's a massive tournament with 500 USD in pricing, and we're going to have some massive matches coming up. We've actually got Katori from Burn 1, and Rhaegal, who's Baz's man from Adelaide.
Yep, from Adelaide.
Yep, but for those of you, for those of you that don't know, the Bazza, he's a Shadowverse open caster from the digital game, and is quite well known across the scene. He hails from Adelaide, and I am PMR, so co-founder, co-owner of SVE Master, and I'm pretty honored to be able to bring this top tier matches to you guys.
Yeah, I'm excited to finally cast some Shadowverse Evolve, and I want to thank you, Beamer, for a start, and the Master team for putting on this awesome Evolve tournament we have, around the world remote play, so many players are going to be involved, a lot of players that might not have had the chance to actually play against each other normally, right? So it's really, really cool to have this and have some cash prize on the line, it's got Evo points on the line as well that we'll talk about in a sec, and I hope you guys, wherever you are in the world watching, will stay with us for the next quite a few hours while we're on the graveyard shift to give you this awesome tournament, this awesome broadcast as well.
So what time is it for you, Basil?
3 in the morning. I'll say 10 past. If you want to be technical, it's about 10 past. But yeah, just hit 3 a.m. So it's going to be a doozy. I think it's about the same for you as well, right? Well, probably about 3:30 maybe.
3:30 a.m. Yeah, so I'm on the graveyard shift. We're just gonna get more and more tired as the tournament goes on. And I've just finished.
We're just gonna end up being zombies halfway through. We're just gonna be dead. Chris is gonna join us, and he's not gonna know who to talk to. So we're just gonna be done.
You can just watch the descent into madness. But before we get into it, so this tournament, obviously 500 USD prize pool. So first place, I think, walks away with 200 USD, and then it's 100 USD per second. And 50 USD if you make top 4, and then 25 USD if you make top 8. And in addition, if you win the tournament, you get to choose either an Ignitius or a different fight ambassador token. And then also you get a special cosmetic on the site. So for those of you that don't know, when you log into your account, depending on if you're a Patreon sub, you can actually get a special cosmetic for your account. But we'll also have one of a kind for the tournament winner from today. So that person will be able to rep it. So then when they post decks on the site, it'll say, they won the very first SVE Master Championship. So you're playing for that as well. You're playing for bragging rights.
Yeah, the first one of many, right? So very excited for that. And again, there's so many top players as well, coming from, I think, from both digital Shadowverse side and Evolve side. So it's a good mixture to see. And I think considering we've only had been a lot of the team tournaments recently. I know here, at least in Oceania, we've had some cool third-party events going on as well. There's not really been, I'll say, too much to go off of in terms of recent major tournaments. So I'm excited to see what people will bring to this one. We know, obviously, about, that there's the Haven dominance. We know Uma's just been really strong for multiple sets now. But I'm keen to see if people bring anything different and think might shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we wanted to run this tournament as well is because I know for a lot of countries, Australia, the USA, there's no BSF, there's no major tournaments, so we wanted to make sure that people had something kind of, to look forward to practice competitively on. So hopefully this was that event for the community. But we'll just get into the deck list, so we will have our first matchup soon. So first deck list, we have Katori from Burn 1, so he's a pretty famous content creator. He's opted to bring mid-range Forest, so this list does run a few new cards, so he's running Mark of the Six. This card, you can use it to basically, not take forte damage. It's sort of good in the mirror as well against the Elephant. And he's also opting for a number of interesting tech choices like Elf Song. We don't really see that very often. He's running 3 copies of Scenaria, so you get extra play points when you combo. And of course, there's also Homecoming, which is a very potent tool in the late game especially. What do you think about this deck list, Baz?
Yeah, my brother plays mid-range Forest, so I have to deal with this almost every week on a weekly basis. So I have a love-hate relationship with dealing with it, but I think it's really, really cool. I like how most of the core, right, for Forest has been similar-ish as time has gone on. They've got cool little additions, and I like, for example, that Homecoming, which might have been looked over a little bit in the first set, second set. It's kind of made a comeback to deal with a lot of these, I'll say, big followers that they have to try and get over now. And also Mark of the Six. I think that's just a really funny, quick flow to plays. Again, as you mentioned, right, being there to deal with like the Forte plays, come out the other Elephant plays and mirror matches. It's gonna be cool to see how he uses it because he's only got one in the deck. So, and again, going into Haven where there's so many options, of which I will get to in a sec, but there's so many big follow options he has to kind of watch out for, knowing when to play it if he even gets it. Will be interesting to play alongside of course, setting up his own Elephant. Cassiopeia, of course, as well, being a big option to help deal with bigger boards at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how he kind of deals with this Haven deck that I'm going to.
So for those of you that don't know, this tournament is open deck list. So it's actually kind of funny because usually you might think that's a disadvantage when you're running tech like Mark of the Six, but I think it might actually end up being a huge advantage because if he plays against a mirror match, people will be like scared of that. Like if he ever leaves one play point open, whereas if you don't know their deck list, you might not try to play around it. So I think there's that kind of angle as well. But let's move on to the second deck. So this is your mate, Rhaegar, so from Adelaide as well.
Rhaegar.
Yeah, so I'm looking at his deck list, Control Haven. So for those of you that don't know, this is the other very strong Haven list. So basically, instead of running the egg package, it's running very different omens. So it's running Marwyn, which many of you know, can evolve for free, but you skip a turn. You know, 8/8 with Aura, Ward, draws a card, ramps you, and heals for free. So it's just sort of what Aegis Haven really wants, right? Because they don't do anything early game, and then you're forcing your opponent to kind of deal with it, and you sort of get to cheat towards that Aegis. And apart from that, they also got obviously more Banish with Marwyn's weapon, and then also Gilnalice's Splendor, so Craving Splendor. 4 damage, heals for 1, extremely good for control decks. Yeah, I mean, overall, this deck got a lot of extra tools to play around with. Doesn't look like it's playing Gilnalice, though, but still looks like a pretty interesting list nevertheless. What do you think, Baz?
I could definitely say, of course, he's being a player at my locals as well, that he has been terrorizing a lot of the players at my locals with this deck, as him and another player who've been playing very similar decks, and Control Haven's definitely been on top, and that's going into your Disdain Dragons, a lot of is Octress, I think her name is, the sword deck that's out at the moment, Destruction, Rune, Forest as well, ironically enough. And also a lot of Abyss decks as well. So he's definitely got a lot of practice against a range of different decks. I know some matches have kind of been close to over when Repose has come out turn 4, because you get the 4, you get the Evo, right? You get Aura. There's a lot of decks that kind of rely on those targeting spells, right, to deal with big followers at the moment. And a lot of people don't have just a natural Bane in a lot of the normal decks, unless it's a Rogue Serpent deck, right, or something similar like that. So again, it kind of goes back to what I was saying, looking at the mid-range forest deck, where there's a lot of cards in here that want to target to deal with the followers, but when Rhaegar's main, obviously 2 main boss monsters, right, in the Repose, in the Aegis, can't be targeted. That's where I think a lot of the mind games are going to come in, and it's going to be probably an uphill battle for Forest to try and deal with that while also setting up the King Elephant.
Yeah, makes sense. Why don't we get into the game? I will move over to it right now. Okay, so we have Kitari versus Rhaegar. Just bear with us for a second as we get the game online. So, I mean, what do you think about this matchup in general? Do you feel like Forest is favored, or do you think Aegis Haven will be favored?
I think Haven is more favored at the moment. Obviously, you do have King Elephant, right? And it can just ignore the wards and go straight for face. But I feel like Haven just has so much annoying control in the early to mid game, right?
He rolled a 6. It's so professional.
It shows it gets his Evo points. I mean, that's already nice to have, right? Having the Evo points taken that away from Haven, so it's going to force probably more of the Aegis discards and that type of thing. But yeah, I feel like that Haven just has so much of the control at the start. It's hard for Forest, because over Forest, right, you're normally spamming a lot, especially in that mid game, right? You're building up huge boards, and when it can be answered really easily. It makes it tough for him, as well as trying to keep the resources in hand, right, to have the Elephant decent. And obviously some of the lists that run Silverbolt, this one isn't, but some that do run the tech Silverbolt every once in a while, that might also be an option to help deal with the Haven deck. So it's going to be these first couple turns. I'm interested to see how the Forest will deal with what Haven can bring. Hopefully, mid-range won't have much. He's going to go for Sacred Plea first. Obviously, it's a very easy draw for him. But yeah, it's just the first couple turns for Forest I'm keen to see.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to see Sacred Plea going first, because you can actually run out of cards if you go first, and obviously you need to use your Surefire Bullets, you need to use your Craving Splendors, like 1-for-1, and eventually you will run out if you don't have the Sacred Pleas available, so definitely it's always good to see that starting first. We do have a bit of technical difficulties with the stream, it seems, but that'll sort itself out. And so Katori here goes with the Spring Green. I think generally speaking, like, this is good when you're trying to tempo very aggressively. It helps set up your tiers, but I think generally speaking, the Forest player usually prefers to see Harvest Festival so that they never run out of resources. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the Harvest Festival bounce, right? Play bounce, really good draw power. The draw engine in in Forest in general is insane to see. I believe that was that bullet that was just dropped to clear the Sunday. So unfortunately, Katori's only going to get like the one Sunday heal. I mean, the heal's going to be good for him regardless, but I know Sundays when you want to try and bounce a couple times, especially dealing with Haven early on. But the fact he's already going to get the Elven down, he's got the Fairy Wisps already. Going to be nice to have, going for the Evo as well. So already getting some good followers out, having some base in the EX area will be nice, because obviously Regal can't touch those at the moment. It will be good for combos a little bit later, which we'll be able to use alongside the Elf Song, for example, right? That he's teched into this mid-range Forest. And now Regal really has to kind of think about that over the next couple turns as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things, like, this is obviously an ideal turn 3 play, especially going second. Like, you don't even care that much that he gets answered, and it's guaranteed to get answered, right? He runs 3 copies of Surefire Bullet, 3 copies of Splendor, but the idea is that you've got all this set up, right? And then, of course, you can use Spinario, get the 3 play points back. But I think one of the more challenging things about dealing with Aegis Haven right now is they do have removal for every stage of the game. And then even when you build up that board with the Elf Song or the Tier or whatever else, Demis can come down and clear your board completely, right? And it's very tough. I think, you know, before it was probably a bit easier for Elephant Forest in general, but I feel like Aegis Haven has like way too many kind of removal answers at every stage now.
Yeah. I mean, not that anyone's counting, but like if you don't even count, right, the search that you get.
They're saying they can't hear us. Is that true? Like 3, 6, 9, 12. Apparently they can't hear us.
Sure. Let me double check the stream and find out, but it could be the meme.
It could be the meme. Well, it looks like it's working on my end.
Yeah, no, they can hear us. Yeah, I just checked the YouTube stream. There's definitely sound coming through.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was a bit scared. I was like, no, surely not.
Not all this time. No way.
Oh no, they trolled us. Okay, anyway.
This is a one-man ran stream on Beamer's end, guys. Right? Please, no troll. All right, we're trying real hard with this.
Come on, it's almost 4 a.m., guys. I can't handle this.
We're on round 1, bro. Come on, leave that till later. Although honestly, that would be even scarier if that was that many rounds in. But yeah, I was just gonna mention like the amount of removal cards in the deck is like I think close to half the deck. It's maybe touching 20. So that really makes it difficult when you basically every turn you have to expect being able to deal with it. Which I believe looks like some of the stream might have cut out a little bit here. So I don't know. Maybe...
It was early rounds. I'm pretty sure it gets better as time goes on. Or it's on your end, Bazza. But yeah, I think with this matchup in particular, I feel like your best opportunity as far as is in the early game and hoping they don't hit the exact answer. So I think like one of the best ways to win this, in my opinion, is like if you hit the early Spring Green and then you have the opportunity to get a very early tier down, and then when you evolve the tier, it buffs the Eve, and you can make a 5/5. And a 5/5 is actually surprisingly very difficult to answer in the early game. So I think like that's kind of the approach, like because it's got an Evo point as well, so you can get it down pretty early.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just really depends on like the order of which you see these cards and if they have the answer for every single turn. And then if you don't get the chip damage in, you don't actually get the lethal, even if you get the evolved elephant down. And plus, like, it's sort of like this weird, like, sweet spot where the Haven player wants to play Aegis with the ward down. And on the turn they play that, then obviously the elephant can just evolve and swing through the ward anyway. If it has the evolve available, right? But like once you got the Aegis down, and if you can protect it with like your banishes, Acolyte's Light in particular, then like the forest player doesn't really have many ways to get through it, and then they have to be the ones to kind of deal with those Marwins. They have to deal with the Aegises and so forth. It's quite challenging.
Mm. I want to point out as well, speaking of that, like you see Rhaegar, I had to skip a little bit ahead because we didn't have the footage, unfortunately. But Rhaegar, we saw him, it would search, what a search for the Omen. Instead, went for the Jorn with Guardian Sun and actually going like for that ward. So being more wary of a lot of the followers on the Forest player's side. And of course, now we do see the buffed off Cristelia, which again, I can attest to. Being able to deal with that is an absolute pain, especially as an Abyss player in the earlier sets and still being very, very strong even now. It does seem that Katori is maybe going through the options. You can tell he's putting some of the cards down, so deciding, okay, maybe that's not the right one to play. I don't want to deal with that one this turn either. Just cycling through what he can do here. But we're looking to see if he can get over Jorn and maybe get the 5 damage in and start running some of that into the Haven player. The problem is as well, he's going to try and find a way to get over that. And actually, he's dropping a Suckener to do that. Of course, you want to get the combo normally with her up to get a lot of quick face damage to come through. You're going to drop the L-Child main, do 1 burn damage on the Jorn. So I'm wondering if you might even look to Evo the Suckener, run that in, get 5 damage in. Yeah, you lose the Suckener, but you're still getting a nice bit of damage in. I mean, it's quite a health, right? Go on in 1 attack. And maybe keep a little bit of board presence.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like he can get 5 damage in this turn, which is Elf Song. Okay.
Oh, and Elf Song combo as well. Yep. Okay, that's the first of 2 that we're talking about. That tech that he's got. So
like I haven't seen this match, by the way, so like I wonder if he just gets answered by Themis' decree.
Yeah, everybody's favorite, right? Oh man! Oh yeah, that's a nice board, bro. Yeah, just keep playing cards. Yeah, here's 1 card that answers the whole thing. Go on. That's
Katori
nice.
goes through so much effort, bro. It's like, I'm gonna combo 5. Oh yeah, my board's so huge.
Yeah, Themis, bro. Dude,
Themis, bro.
I'm just very happy it's not a quick spell. If it was a quick spell, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do, but it wouldn't be something good. I can tell you that much. It is not a fun card to have to worry about. I mean, again, as an Abyss player, mainly like you can kind of bait it out because if you want certain cards in the grave, force your opponent, you can kind of play around that. Forest is not a class where you want to try and do that with, right? So he's going to run the Suckener in, like I'd mentioned, and go for the Cristelia.
6 damage!
So that is huge damage to go in to face straight away. So definitely optimize everything you could that turn. Obviously, of course, we're memeing that the Themis decree, but it actually would be a great option right now because that Elf Song buff, like that is just insane to deal with. And as we're talking about that again with that mid-range forest, right, and dealing just how quickly they can spam all these followers out and just have a huge board that your opponent has to deal with the combos. Elf Song or not, Elf Song obviously is just added to that injury that now Rhaegar has to try and think about getting over. Because yeah, that 6 damage off that Cristelia is just nuts.
Sorry, 1 sec. I'm just telling them to make sure we have a stream match for round number 5. So we are actually going back in time here. So this is round 1, and at the time we're recording this, it's already round 5. So just making sure that they will be. We will have a round 5 to stream later on.
Yeah. See, we told you guys. Beamer's he's done everything. He's here, there. He's adminning. He's casting. He's running the stream. All right. Make sure you support this man because he's the one supporting you guys. Like it's just holy moly.
Oh, wait, did Themis' decree come down, bro?
Hit that Patreon. Hey, I honestly,
I didn't pay him. I didn't pay him to say this, by the way. I didn't pay him to say this. This is like him shilling for me for free.
Like you feel like if he'd have it, he would have used it, right? The fact that he's not playing it suggests that he just doesn't have it. So no,
it's mental damage, like extended BM. Like, could you imagine? You're just like sitting there, like, oh, I wish I had Themis' decree. 5 minutes later, Themis' decree.
He's just got 3 in hand already. He's just like, oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know. How many cards in grave? Okay. How many cards in the X area? Oh damn, it's gonna count, bro. How many Evo points? It drops it anyway. But yeah, gonna go for the repose. Of course, get a little bit of health back. Get the play point and everything as well. I don't know. I believe we'll find out if he used the skip turn option. I'm pretty sure he had 2 by this turn because it's 4 play points and 8. So yeah, he would have had to skip a turn to do that. He's also going to burn the Guardian Sun just to buff up his repose. So that's going to be
a 10-10?
What's that? A 10-10. So hello Heavenly Aegis. How you doing? That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder he runs 2, right? Yeah, he runs 2 copies of the Guardian Sun, right?
Yeah. So I'm very happy to just use one there. Have a mini Aegis on the board, and that basically responds to Forest there. I guess in that short moment on Katori's side, no more play points to play with, so he's gonna go with the skip. He's gonna have to run things in. Or he's actually going to clear the Crystalia as well there, so making sure to get rid of that off the board straight away, so you won't have that to play with. And now, yeah, Katori's going to have to try and find a way to get over a ton of damage again with the aura up, which is what we brought up before, right, in the deck discussion, Mima, that basically every deck is having a nightmare to deal with aura cards at the moment, whether it be Aegis, whether it be Omen, even is it Mayu as well in Egghaven is a nightmare to get over for some players at the moment as well. So yeah, this is the part where we start seeing this is Shadowverse Gaming now, trying to see how he gets over this with the play points while still trying to find a way to get some damage and keep his tempo up.
Yeah, it's really hard for Forest to deal with this without the ability to target. Like, you see he has like May on the field, and usually May is what makes it trivial to answer boards. Stuff like Asian Flash, Rose Gardener, all of that stuff, they all need to target, right? So you almost actually have to run in 10 damage into, like, obviously it's less good ran into the Crystalia tier, but like, in fact, losing the I think he only runs 1 copy of the Evo as well, so without being able to answer back with his own tier to clear this, it's so hard to beat this. Even if, do we know if he skipped his turn as well in order to get this one down?
I'm going to assume he did, because he doesn't have the play point count, I believe. Is that 8 play points? Oh no, he's got 8 play points for because he would have. You have to use play points on the
to buff it,
buff,
it's
so
like 2 play
he would have
points.
had to have skipped turn for that. So 4 play points to evolve. So he would have had to have used the skip turn to evolve. We'll go on to the assumption he did that for now anyway. And as you mentioned, the Crystalia, right, only having 1 in Katori's deck, so not going to have that Eve, so it's going to be tough here to get over. I mean, luckily it's already damaged from when he's running into the Eve, so that does help him a bit. But he's probably trying to find a way to obviously keep the followers he has. Again, got to keep the hand healthy for Elephant as well. Obviously the main win con for this deck, and you can see he's just going to run the main. He's going to run the fairy in. That's going to deal with the board. And now, what does he have in hand to bring up? I mean, he could also even just bring up the Wisps as well as an option to maybe do something if he's, like, I guess, a little bit desperate and doesn't really want to burn too much to the hand at the moment. Spinario would be nice.
Wait, he's passing the turnover. Does that mean that he didn't skip his turn?
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Okay, so maybe he didn't then. Okay, interesting. Okay. So, gonna go for another
another one. I think this one you can just Evo for the 4 play points, right?
Yeah, he did absolutely. Just saying, you saw him take the play points down. Wow. Okay,
that has to feel terrible from Katori's side. Was that really I swear he would have had to have skipped his turn in order to have made that play that he did on the previous turn. I mean, I guess not. I don't think Katori would make that type of mistake. So no, I don't think Katori would.
The really cool rewind feature.
No. It's fine.
No, we'll leave it. All right.
Well, it's too late anyway. We can't go back. Like, we can't go back in time and give Katori the win, even if he did get cheated. It is what it is.
It would have been it would have been played out properly.
Yeah, of course.
I could attest that. I don't go 100% bias in that call.
No, I know Katori's a good player. He wouldn't make that mistake. Yeah, he wouldn't make that mistake.
But yeah, the second repose is just like repose into a repose. It's just a kick in the guts. Absolutely. This is when we're going to see the Harvard Festival bounce here.
Wait, he hard passed it.
The draw.
Oh, he hard. Oh my god! Yeah, all right. That's good. Also, that's actually good.
You saw Katori's cat there smacking him on the arm for that. I don't know if that was the right play, but I mean, I guess he's digging deep to try and find something to deal with this at the moment. Reminder, if you guys don't know what Harvest Festival is, it's 1 to play and a further 1 play point to tap and get a 1 health. And of course, when it leads to field, you draw a card, which is why you usually bounce it a lot to normally get 2 draw for like Nature's Guidance and stuff like that. So, he's gonna, I guess, get some health back, which is good for him. And now you see he's counting what he has, probably because there's an elephant in there somewhere. At this point, I would assume. So he's going to use what's that? 2, 3 play points. For that
Wait, oh, he drew that. Man, he drew. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to fix up something in admin. Hang on. I gotta fix that up. You carry the cast. You carry the cast.
Yeah. So Ancient Elf is going to be dropped there, 3 buff. Gonna look probably towards play something else to get the maximum buff he can. Out of that, yeah, Spring Green Protection, not really too surprised. Cheap Amulet to drop can evolve. The Elf, he's just gonna maximize his Elf as much as possible. Now, normally in the early game, for most decks, a fully buffed Ancient Elf is an absolute pain to get over, even with destruction spells, because it's that 5 health that Beam was mentioning before. Not really something easy to get over. A Surefire Bullet, yeah, that's 4. But that's 2 play points in the early game. That's pretty much going to be most of your turn up, just using that. So it's nice for him here to have a 5/5, but it doesn't deal with the Omen. He still has, I believe, a couple play points, maybe 2 play points, 1 play point left. Going to drop 1 there for Spring Green again. So maybe looking to tap it for health, but he's going to hold it. Hand it over to Rhaegal now. And that 5/5 elf is there, which, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't look like he's actually warded that. So he's going to hold that for damage, which is interesting, because, of course, Rhaegal's going to have 8 damage going straight to Katori's face here, which is an interesting move. Sometimes, though, you're just going to take it. You're going to eat the damage to come through, especially against Haven and trying to get your game plan going. And Rhaegal's going to respond with an Erd instantly, just instantly dealing with that Ancient Elf. Has the option to evolve and banish it as well. This is a rough couple past turns here for Katori. Just Rhaegal having the answer really to everything he's throwing out here. And Rhaegal is definitely in a comfortable spot just to keep this one going at the moment.
I have finished moving them, so I'm back.
You finished? Beam is finished? Yay! How you doing, man?
Yeah, so I would say, like, in terms of, like, the way I look at this game state, right? First of all, it was already so difficult for him to clear the first Marlin, and so when the second one comes down, it's extremely challenging for him to deal with it. So he actually had to take 8 damage there. And like from that position, you're so far behind, because if you can't clear it, like how do you come back? Not to mention, he was obviously very unlucky to draw the Ancient Elf off of the Harvest Festival. I mean, you can obviously tell, right? And so if he had had the Harvest Festival without having to crack it and could bounce it with Ancient Elf, play it again, then Ancient Elf, he would not run out of cards in hand. So now we're in a position where Katori is actually inevitably going to run out of resources in hand, plus he's taking a lot more damage than he would otherwise like to take. I think the only upside is that I don't think Rhaegal runs any tutors for Aegis, so if the Aegis doesn't come down, he's actually probably in a good spot. Let me just check in.
Yeah.
Error, YouTube is not responding.
Yeah.
It's not good. It is one problem after another, bro.
So what, we're looking for an Aegis Searcher? Is that what I heard we're trying to look for, or?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any Aegis Searchers, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so he
doesn't. Rhaegal doesn't have any. So yeah, I know he's happy with the Omen normally, and obviously because the Omen search, you've got an instant search with Saviors, right? And likes to have a lot of just control based stuff to really I guess psych out the opponent a lot, really, and force them to maybe overcommit or even just like skip turns or worry about like not setting up as strong boards as they can just because you have like the Themis Decree, right? And even just like the multiple small cost spells, like 2 Angelic Snipe, for example. You've got that like the one of Hair of Illusions, which you have to watch out for. A lot of people, that's like an interesting tech that a lot of people probably don't really run too often anymore that you have to watch out for, which obviously, is a 10 cost all banish, but it's still something in a late game you might have to watch out for. So, also want to mention that Rhaegal, pretty good board setup. You see this Benaria finally come out for Katori, which he's been basically begging for a while, I feel. Gonna have a good ward follower. Some nice search off the top. Debating what to take here. Will be the Nature's Guidance King Elephant.
That's very nice.
Gonna have that, very nice room in hand. Finally has that elephant ready to go. But again, just has to worry about obviously finding the moment to drop the elephant, get a huge amount of damage down while also respecting Rhaegal's board at the moment.
Hey, do you notice that like they power creep Themis' Decree and Glorify here? Like they have
Yeah, I was
Nemesis Purge.
seeing earlier today, isn't there like a disc, if it gets discarded, you still destroy a follower, and
It's
if
so
you play it,
stupid.
you like heal or something as well
Yeah,
now?
yeah. You heal like
Like,
based on
what?
how many cards you kill. Yeah. Oh
I mean,
man.
I guess Glory Finders, you verse multiple people in that format, yeah? It's not just
Mm.
1v1, or am I
Mhm.
mistaken?
No, no,
Okay,
it's
well then
four
I guess
players. Yeah.
as 4 players, yeah, it's a battle. I guess then it makes sense. I don't know. Homecoming. Okay, so we're gonna see that's the only homecoming that Katori has. So I believe he's gonna play that with combo to hit the Erd and the Bell Ringer. Because
Yeah, if
obviously
I'm
you
not
can't hit the
mistaken,
repose because of aura.
no, I think it does hit it. If I'm not mistaken, I think it targets the player or something like that.
So you have to select an enemy follower, puts and then in combo each opponent puts each follower from their field on top or bottom of the deck instead.
Yeah, I think there's
So
some
it
weird
hits the
ruling.
Bell Ringer. Okay, so it is gonna hit it. So I know this was a highly contested rule that we had to deal with at my locals as well with Homecoming because it's not again as a card that came out right at the start in the first set, right? It wasn't really played too much. It's now made a comeback to kind of deal with a lot of these like aura based boards and whatever. The ruling is interesting trying to get it with the combo. I'm pretty sure you might be right being with the combo. It actually does technically hit everything, but you have to, it's kind of similar to oh, what am I thinking of? I know. Oh, Lightning Blast. Sorry, which is the 5 cost dragon spell. 10, if you don't know, 5 cost dragon spell. You can play it for 10 costs. You have to target an enemy follower to banish it. But if you have 10 play points, you can banish your opponent's entire board. But you have to have a banished target first.
Yeah,
I think it runs. I think Homecoming runs similar in that regard as well. Which
that
looks
makes
like
sense.
they've agreed that has. Which is going to get the Wisps up now. Get as big of a board as possible again with that Spinaria. And pass his turn. So yeah,
Yeah,
good reaction there. But remember, it's his only homecoming. So that's he's basically his bullet, right? His silver bullet used up.
yeah, I'm sure he wishes they had like additional copies, right? But yeah, it's just
Yeah.
unfortunate. And he's also at a huge health disadvantage because he took the what was it, 8 damage from Marvin, so
8 damage. Yeah. Yeah. So and I wonder the argument there for homecoming, right? Maybe it might be a discussion for players like it may be in this own tournament, right? Or going into some of the future ones later in the year, maybe what the homecoming count is. Do you run? Well, first of all, do you run it? Because I know that's already an argument with some Forest players. And then if you do run it, do you run it as a 1? Do you run it as a 2? Like, I don't think you run it as a 3. I think that might be a bit much. But, I mean, I don't play Forest. So I can't really know. But I feel like 1 or 2, it might be nice, especially at the moment, right, to deal with some of these big boss monsters a lot of players have in their decks at the moment. But yeah, so Rhaegar now going to consider his turn. Of course, we know he's got an Erd, a Bell Ringer, and an Omen of Repose in his hand. But with
bounces to the top of the
pretty
deck,
much,
doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
not mistaken, could be.
Combo 5, I
Is that
think.
surefire?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the third surefire bullet. Let me check the combo 5. Oh yeah, each file from their field on the top of the bottom, or top or bottom of the owner's deck instead. Each opponent. So I believe that's on the choice. Oh yeah, control determine the placement. So yeah, so they would have been on top of his deck. So he would have got one of them off the draw anyway. Let's go for the surefire bullet. It's just debating now. Probably if he drew the omen, for example, does he drop it again? I believe he's only got. Oh, he's got 3 of the omen evos, so I believe he's still got 1 left. But also might be thinking about it ages as well. Or maybe
I think the problem is if you play any of those cards, you actually run into Elephant like pretty hard. Because like you can't banish them at the same time, so you can just devolve it to 10 and then swing for like 12 damage or whatever, and like Aegis doesn't even run over that. So I guess that might be consideration.
Yeah, and he's gonna drop the Lyriel. So probably just for the 2 ping every turn, just get it down now, I guess, while you have it, because we know obviously there's no Silver Bolt, so there's no burn damage that Rhaegar has to worry about. So yeah, probably just looking at that just to get a decent sized follower down and just get the 2 pings when he can. Of course, that'll help him a little bit later on and playing more of that control format. And this is where we do get to like the big brain thinking states between mid-range, Forest, and Control Haven, I feel. Again, Rhaegar just trying to balance it out. when he like again when to get out the Omen and the Aegis now, and of course on Forrest's side, Katori just balancing out when to get out that King Elephant. Now that we know he's got it in hand, definitely. Looks like he's going to run in the Wisps, or maybe one of the times to see if Rhaegar reacts, maybe burns out something a little bit too early. So at least it's going to be a little bit of damage. This is something. He's going to feel good about that at least.
Yeah, I feel kind of sorry for Katori because like he had to burn that Harvest Festival earlier. And so like this is now a game state where even if he manages to put out board every turn, his hand is just going to get smaller and smaller. And like obviously, as you know, Elephant is based on how many cards in hand. So like even if he can answer the board every single turn, he's actually slipping further and further away from being able to win the game, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
And like had he not had to use Harvest Festival that way, he would be able to keep his hand size up and continually pressure and not run out of cards. So yeah, it's not looking good for Katori, in my opinion. Even though when you look at these board states right now, you might think Katori is like, in a good spot as the aggressor, but it's really not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to remember that Fairy Wisp as well. They're nice, but they're only 1/1s, right? They're not really doing too much for him at the end. Can actually burn a whole Cassiopeia onto the Lyriel, which, I mean, fair enough, right? Most of Rhaegar's deck targets are Aura, so you're not really going to have a chance to use Cassiopeia on anything else. So use it on a target you can. Get a decent fight. I mean, 4/5, it's a decent stat line, right, to get up on the board and kind of bring him back a little bit into it. But yeah, definitely agree with you there, Beamer. Not having that draw power now is definitely going to hurt him. Having to just kind of react to a Rhaegar as he plays and not really get his own game plan going. So now it's really just all on Rhaegar now to, I guess, not flub it, right? With the Aegis Dome, I don't see how we would, but just to not do that and wrap this one up, really. And,
I mean, he's in a position. Yeah, he's definitely in a position where he can like hold his cards for maximum value because he's just got such a huge HP lead. I will note that, like, obviously this game has gone for a very long amount of time, so I do get the impression that like time might come into issues soon. Okay, it looks like the video keeps getting worse, so we might reset the stream after this round, but until that point in time, not much we can do about it because we're in the middle of the round one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see that happening as well, chat. So hopefully the podcast is good for you guys at least. For maybe not so much video footage. We do see Rhaegar drop the Repose into the Evos. He's going to heal the 21. Of course, get the draw. Play points are relevant at this point, but obviously it's there as well. And again, we're going to have the 8/8 ward aura for Katori to deal with here. There is the Hair of Illusions I was talking about before. So going to play that. He's going to use it to engage a Cassiopeia, run in the Omen to deal with it. I'm not really worried about using the Banish 10 on Forest because we've kind of already passed that point, I feel. I don't really have to worry about a big board like that. And with the 4 damage, he's probably going to just chill now. Head over to Katori, most likely, I would believe, after this. And really leave it up to him to be, okay, here's another big ward or a follower. It's my last Evoed one. But it's still something you have to try and get over. He's got 2 damage at least on the Wisps. But what does he use to kind of continue to deal with that, right? I mean, as you mentioned, there's no Crystalia Tear. We don't want to see really suck in a burnt, but that might be an only option.
Yeah, it's just so copium, man. Like, he's managing to like clear it, but like, no, seriously, like, this is such a terrible game state to be in as Forest. I've been in this situation before as well. It's like, you're dealing with the field every turn and you're getting a little bit of chip damage, but you are like actually slipping away every single turn. And you're like, you can't actually find how you win the game. Like, you can extend it, but you have no idea like how you're gonna like actually get the win here. So it's a little tragic.
Yeah. It's literally just praying that somehow, like, Elephant, like King Ziz himself, just saves you and just gets you the win. But it's not going to happen. And I wonder, maybe, because again, there's people that tech in Silverbolt and people that don't, if maybe that might have helped to some degree. Maybe not. Maybe that's also copium. Ancient Elf going to come down, at least here, and start getting some bounces and buffs as well. But yeah, is it kind of like a hand over deck moment? Is that wave the white flag? I feel almost.
He ran out of wisps. He ran out of wisps.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't really know what to say. At this point. Again, it's a situation again, like you said, being right, where it's just like we kind of know it's over, but you kind of still want to play it out just in case. And then on our end, it's like, well, we can't. We don't just want to be like Lamau, you lost, bro. Just take the L or whatever. But it's borderline. Ancient Elf's got an Evo. It's going to get the buff again, 5/5. That's still going to be good to have, obviously. Whether if he holds it or runs it in is another thing altogether. Because of course he still has those 2 wisps. So technically, if he runs it in, which it looks like he's going to, I don't know if Rhaegar has a response. He's hovering something, so he's definitely thinking about using something. But decides not to. So he's gonna let that go through. So hopefully now there's a sucker. Actually, there's no. He uses Evo. So what would be the best option? Maybe a Sunday to just get rid of, like, get the wisp damage in, and then drop a Sunday to heal a little bit, get a draw, get one of those whips off the board finally.
Come on, man. Like, the way you're saying it that right now is like, his best play is like playing Sunday to bounce the wisp to heal for 2, and you're like, oh, this is like the best.
I'm trying to find something, man. I'm trying to find something for him.
Okay, no, here's how he wins, right? He needs to draw Harvest Festival. He needs to draw Harvest Festival, and he needs to bounce that like 5 times, something like that. Like honestly, like I think
5 times.
Look, he could have done it if he had drawn Harvest Festival like relatively earlier, right? Oh no, I think it was the bouncer was missing because like I think he cracked Harvest Festival, hit Ancient Elf off it.
Yeah.
But if he was able to wait, like obviously he didn't know he was going to hit Ancient Elf. If he was able to wait an extra turn and like he could top the Ancient Elf, like this game would be completely different, right? Because he drew into all of his bounce after that as well. Like just that turn just now, like yeah. Like he's drawn 2 Ancient Elves, and that could have been 4 draws. Like yeah.
But again, this is all hindsight, right? This is like
no, it's not a mistake in his hand. No.
Yeah, and this is at the moment we're just Fairy Wisp Gaming. Like that's how we are. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, it's very funny to see, but it is unfortunate. I mean, again, it's just if he somehow had a way to kill Repose, and if he had a Succoner to get that off with a combo that he had, he probably could have got some decent damage in. And that would have been nice for him at least. But then, like Rhaegar just drops another Omen.
He's out of Evos, right? I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a 4th. He doesn't have a 4th Evo for a while. Well, the 4th was much easier to deal with.
He used a secret deck. He put an 11th one in his deck. We just didn't tell you about it.
Oh, he's running the neutral follower, the one that can evolve and bring everything back.
Was it Arcane? Is it Archangel? Reina?
Archangel Reina, yeah. I mean, that would be pretty good here, but wouldn't it like recover like 6 play points or something? And like
it would actually be something stupid. Yeah, it would be. It wouldn't be too bad. Dark Offering are going to come. I believe was dropped there by Rhaegar as well. So going to get a nice little health chunk back and heal 3, draw a card. I'm not really sure what he's searching for at this point.
Guys, have you ever seen anyone with 8 Wisp tokens like on the board?
No.
what is going on? Like, what is actually going on?
Being serious for half a second, I'm trying to think of any time where I've seen any tokens out of 8. Maybe like.
Oh no, you would hear it from Arya. You would see it from Arya.
Arya, sure.
Arya's just 9 straight on. But yeah.
Yeah, are we playing Arya in a deck ever? Is that actually
not anymore.
The thing that we're doing? Also, not the elephant being insta-banished by Acolyte's Light.
I mean, he knew that wasn't surviving.
No.
He knew. He knew. Well, it looks like he didn't even. No, dude. He didn't even bounce some wisps because he knew like he was like not gonna. Oh wait, no. I guess it doesn't. It doesn't buff. I guess no, it doesn't buff. But like anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that is like 4 wisps in the board.
Either way, it's just upsetting. You just see he finally gets the elephant. Finally was like, yes, elephant game of fun. Acolyte's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we finally had some action. Hill 2, banish. That's cool. And there's Aegis. So, yeah. At this point, again, guys, like, it's over. It's kind of over. Like, Wisp Gaming, let's go. Definitely, yeah. 100% chat. But yeah, no, it's we're kind of just waiting for this one to wrap up. I think.
Yeah, it's quite difficult for. Yeah, I was gonna say it's quite difficult for Katori here because basically the thing is like he wants to maximize his damage and he wants to play 5 wisps. But the reason he can't do that is because if he does that he'll Warlock himself. But if he doesn't play 5 wisps, then there's no way he can kill the opponent ever. So you're in this position where like he's damned if he like he's screwed either way type of deal. And it ties back to of course him running out of resources. Exactly. Yeah.
And the Ward Aura is going to be dropped there as well.
I don't think he evolved it. I don't think he evolved it, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's just standard. He's kept it, so kept the points. Didn't want to discard his cards because he doesn't have much left in hand actually.
Yeah, you could actually lose the game.
Story's book in some way, right? So that's not bad. He's gonna have 4 damage to deal with the Aegis, but can you find a further 4 to potentially deal with it?
It is actually interesting because like it is possible that Katori could have won this game if because like I'm pretty sure he's going to time very soon. So when you're on time, obviously, it's just whoever has highest life, and because he unfortunately took 8 damage to face, he's just not going to be able to win the game from that. So I wonder if he would have been able to win if it went for another 20 minutes, but like obviously you can't have 50-minute tournament rounds, so like you know what I mean? Like so what can you do, right? But
I mean, it's not even official rules, right? I mean, obviously we're playing with official rules, but I'll say the only time we've had longer than 30-minute games on purpose, where it's like Heavy Haven, that goes too long, way too long. It drags out. They've still got 6 other rounds, probably top cut as well, if they can make it. So yeah, it's a bit much. 3 wisps. Let's go. Wisp gaming. 3 damage, insane to the Aegis. I don't know what Katori's going to get now. Dropped. It's an Elven Princess. You know what that means. We're Wisp Gaming. It's coming back.
How many wisps have you played this game? You know, like it's been like 15, 16, 17. Yeah. Take a shot every time there's a wisp. Yeah.
Bro, we'd be smashed. We'd be done before we've even started.
Look, I think I mean, considering it's like 4:30 a.m. now, like I reckon we'd be done after like 2 wisps.
Probably need the buzz. We don't condone drinking here, ladies and gentlemen, at the SVE Master. Just letting you know, that was a bit. That was a joke. Please don't bring it.
Unless the company would like to sponsor us, then we're all ears.
Then absolutely 100%. Yeah, we're taking sponsorships. Let us know. I don't know what the business email is. I'm sure you can hit up Beam on his Twitter or something. There you go. Spring Green Marvelous Sunday. Again, just trying to stay healthy. Dealt with the Aegis. Technically, he did deal with it. So
he did deal with it.
I've got to give props to Katori here, man, because again, we've had a few rounds out of he's kind of done, but like he's still going. He's
true. He has 7 wisps again. He has 7 wisps. What is going on?
And there's the Themis decree coming down finally.
What, to clear the wisp board? Like
that's right.
I have to clear the threat.
Yeah. Right. Damn, he's got 4 wisps on board. That's 4 damage. I can't take that. Themis decree. Gonna be dropped as well. Bellringer buffed by Guardian Sun. Bellringer with damage now. What is this? The digital game? Let's go. Shout out to the digital game, by the way. Don't know what Katori's gonna do. Oh, there's going to be the wisps up, right? We need to do. I mean, it's a shame that this isn't actually live because this is where we request just to get the wisps come back.
Yeah, I think we're actually like at this point in the game they're actually in time. So I think Katori is trying to see if there's any way whatsoever to actually claw back the life gap. But I think like even with Elephant, it's not enough. I could be wrong.
Yeah, there you go. That's game there. I'm pretty sure he's just dropped his hand on the board. If Rhaegar does, so that is game there to Rhaegar. So that would have gone the time there as Beamer mentioned. He's out. Fair enough. I can understand that. Probably check that back to us now, I guess. But there you go, chat. Round 1 underway. Rhaegar taking that one. surprisingly dragged out a little bit, considering again we're talking about in the deck lineups, right? That, or at least I felt that it's definitely a favored matchup going into that one, but Katori definitely held on strong, and Rego had again in that late game where you think he would have taken over.
Mhm.
Really had to consider some of these times, even though yes, haha, funny fairy wisps, right? But so able to get good bounce going. We saw in King Elephant, which is cool. That elf song turn I do want to highlight was insane, and the homecoming turn for
Mhm.
Katori was always really really strong from mid-range forest, which again are two cards where homecoming is sort of being teched and sort of being not, and elf song I feel like is not really played at all. So that's really really cool to like that caught Rhaegar off guard and might even catch off guard some other Haven players later on if we're seeing it in some other forest decks as well.
Yeah, they're saying that apparently Katori was only 3 damage off, so if he topped Elephant, it might have actually been lethal.
Yeah.
But he did
So
burn one
it's just,
elephant already, so I mean, it's what it
yeah,
is.
yeah. And we talk about that Harvest Festival as well, right? Just trying to keep that healthy hand size.
Mm.
And of course you can't bounce back tokens, unfortunately. So just unfortunate, right? That yeah, he's just shy of that.
Mhm. All right, we're gonna cut to a break, and then we'll be back with round two shortly. We don't have to wait the full amount of time because we've actually got the next 3 or 4 rounds worth of footage already available. So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Hello everyone, we're back. So with the SVE Master Championship. So we are doing round 2 now. We just came back from Wisp Gaming. I have actually never seen anyone play that many Wisps in my entire life. Not that that's a position you really want to be in, but it was definitely entertaining for us. So I hope it was fun for you guys too to watch. But now we are into round 2. So coming up right now, we have OOC. So he's a player from my locals. He's a pretty formidable player, I would say. A lot of people respect him within our local scene. And then we also have the nameless challenger, Tanjiro. Sort of reminds me of the Demon Slayer protagonist, right? His name like Tanjiro. I don't know if it's related, but anyway, we'll jump into the deck list.
Demon Slayer. I've definitely watched that show.
So he might be the Demon Slayer. All right, so we're gonna jump in. Deck list number 1. So this is OOC's deck list. So he's running Forestcraft. So just FYI, this guy does actually have pretty much maximum rarity. So what you see on the screen is actually reminiscent of his actual deck list. So he's got the 3 ultimate Cassiopeias. This looks like a pretty standard deck list. Looks very similar to the GP list that we've seen before, but basically, it runs the Finas, which is a very strong early game option. It's running 2 copies of the Homecoming. It's running 2 copies of the Elven Priestess Mage. Like, this is kind of the cookie cutter build that a lot of us have seen in recent times. But it's not running the 3 cost. Got the name all of a sudden. But anyway, it's not running the 2-5-3 cost as well. But overall, looks like a pretty standard list. What do you think, Baz?
Yeah, 2 Homecoming for a start. So obviously the +1 difference from game 1. Other difference as well, Silverbolt, want to point out as well. So it has that other end game option just in case, of course, King Elephant doesn't work for whatever reason. And also like the Fina, right, as well, which is really cool to easy search the ones of course, coming out this set. Used in quite a few decks, I want to say, from BPO 5. Just because just how strong she is. Awesome, like, of course, the attack coming out of her, really strong. That's that top 5 search for the 1 cost, really cool as well. And image there to deal with other 1 cost, right, is really nice. Only has the 1 Evo Elephant and the 1 Evo Tier, so only 1 Evo Tier again. So I have to watch out how OO will deal with using that, because of course we saw in last game with Katori that actually harmed him a little bit. But overall, pretty cool list. Like the differences we've seen here is not going to be exactly the same, and I do like that he's got like a backup game plan to win the game in case Elephant isn't working for whatever reason, or can at least use that to push more damage to maybe go for an Elephant if needed, right? So keen to see it, especially because you've hyped him up now, Beamer. So keen to see if he's this awesome player.
Okay, but will he slay my friend here? Will he be the Demon Slayer?
Yeah, okay.
Tanjiro. Yep. So this guy, his list. So his list, it looks like he is running 3 copies of the Statue Seraph. So it's a very interesting choice. Obviously, as you guys know, if he manages to stay in the field for, I think it's 3-4 turns. If it has 4 tokens, you get to search any 2 cards from your deck. And then it is basically 0 cost. So if you get that combo off, you win the game. But the thing is, it puts a clock on you, and if they manage to finish you off within that period of time, you just spent 6 mana for nothing. So that's the gamble that Tanjiro has gone for. It's an interesting list. We just have to see whether in practice he is able to survive enough time for that to pay off, or if OOC is able to rush him down and kill him straight away.
Yeah, and you put out the Seraph. I also want to put out 3 copies of Black Inscripture. I didn't realize we're playing set 1 cards, even though apparently he listed that as a Glory Finder one, which I find that pretty funny. But yeah, the Black Inscripture there, not really something you see either now in a lot of Haven decks, because there's so many removal options, both Haven and neutral deck wise. It's kind of just fallen out of play, right, and just been power crept a little bit. So again, I wonder what he's aiming to maybe use that for. Obviously, there's multiple targets in the game, but specifically why Scripture. Also, the one of Global Stairways, which is interesting as well, because you're going to use that to search out the Seraph, right, as soon as you can. Even also need the one of, so that's really cool as well to have with the one of Guardian Sun to point out. So a lot of different choices. Obviously, it's the same deck matchups, right, between mid-range Forest and Control Haven. We said at the start, right, they're two of the classes that are top of the meta at the moment, right? Alongside a couple other decks as well. So not surprised to see this again, but it's these little changes that I'm always interested in to see. That like when you have comfort between players, like what they're comfortable on, and also when you have like little shop metas, right? Where obviously each local that you go to will sometimes build their own like mini meta, right, alongside the major meta, where one card might be stronger than another for one reason or another. So that clash they get to have here with the remote play is really cool, and yeah, just keen to get this one underway.
Just let me know when I'm ready to go. But basically,
Yeah, let's do it.
we're ready. All right, let's go. Okay, let's get started. Oh, actually,
So we've
hang on
got
a
a 4
second.
rolled.
I need to fix this up. It is no longer Hikari. No, it's fine.
Podcast version.
No, just go ahead. I'm going to change it on the fly.
All right, so we got a 4 rolled on the Haven side and a 1 rolled on the Forest side. So we'll be seeing then if Tanjiro, the Demon Slayer himself, apparently, will go for the Evo points. He decides not to. He's going to go first, so he's going to give Forest the Evo points. So again, similar to game 1, where Forest has the Evo points and Haven does not. So the guys will just be doing their mulligan as well for the moment. So obviously gives Beamo a chance to catch up a little bit and see if they decide to mulligan or not, which will be interesting. Of course, Haven taking that turn 1, going to try and get the Seraph out that turn earlier. Very, very important. Of course, if you're playing that in the Haven deck, he's going to go for the mulligan. Not happy with what he saw. Hopefully this will be better for him and isn't just a giant brick in his hand. Maybe to add an extension to his house. Don't know about that one. I believe Forest will hold. I don't believe I saw him go for a mulligan then. So
I wonder if he appreciates. I wonder if he appreciates I've named him Demon Slayer. I could have done Tanjiro, but I just figured, screw it, let's run with the joke, bro.
We're committing with the bit. He's Demon Slayer now.
He's Demon Slayer
for the rest of the series.
Can he slay OOC?
Yeah.
All right. So who won the dice roll? Sorry, was it?
You know who? Yeah. So Tanjiro won the dice roll, and gave second turn over to OOC with the Evo points.
Oh, that's interesting.
And Tanjiro mulliganed. I don't believe OOC did. So that's. I believe they're just about to start in a moment. But yeah, just talking about, of course, how Seraph turn. You want that turn run right to get that Seraph out. It's that one turn earlier. To mention Beam right, super important to get out.
It's a very like, even though it's the same archetypes, it plays out very differently, right? Because obviously OOC, Lawrence, as he is also known. Like his list is Lawrence. Yep.
Yeah, Lawrence. Now. All right, fair enough.
Lawrence,
all right.
Lawrence the Demon King versus the Demon Slayer Tanjiro.
Bro. All right. Anyway, go on. Yeah, Seraph or whatever.
Okay. So even though they're the same archetypes, the matchup will play out very differently. Because in the previous round, like basically there was no Seraph, right? So essentially every single turn is just aiming to remove as much as he can, and his win condition is to drop like, the 8/8 Marwins and so forth. But with Demon Slayer's build, he is really aiming to get that Seraph down in turn 6. You're not going to be able to play it on any other turn. You're slamming in turn 6, and then you are just like literally coping for like 4 turns, and if your opponent can't kill you, you win the game type of deal. So it plays out quite differently, and so it's more of a race type situation. Like you could see last game that Katori could potentially have played the late game if he had drawn the Harvest Festival combo a little bit earlier. And like if he had done so, he would have had like a huge hand. He would have been able to clear everything every turn. But in this matchup, it's really just OOC wants to kill Tanjiro as fast as possible.
Yeah, so of course we'll have to wait and see if that's actually going to happen or not. He's just going to top deck an Aegis. I think they're just playing around at the moment, waiting for maybe admins or the stream ready to go going forward. Seeing as we're doing name changes, Beamer, does that mean like next round I call you Challenge Master and the round after Young Cat?
That's the throwback, isn't it? A lot of people. I actually rewatched the Ultimate Coliseum stream. I want an SVO now, and then Igni was saying something.
Beamer, just so you know, SVO winner, Contenders Cup, WGP. Anyway, All these
Yeah, so
accolades. Anyway,
it me like apparently he made a bet with Ace or something, and like apparently if I had won that tournament, he had to call me challenge master for the rest of the year. And so like after I won the tournament, he was just like, "Oh, you shouldn't have won." And then
and that's how history is made, right?
History is
Challenge
made.
master. I still remember when they added that. Just for some reason, I felt like you were the only player that was like, "Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do the challenge master. I'll do it." And then,
Well,
of course, you do it. Gets the flair. Yep, good. That's me. Challenge master. Put respect on the name. I still remember seeing that interview like live. On like I remember clear as day, sitting on my couch, with the fam, with my phone. I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna see the end of this, guys. You know, the Aussie boy. He got the win. Got to represent." And then all of a sudden, about challenge master. So I'm like, "What the hell are you guys talking? What have I missed?"
by the way, Baz, I think there was an issue with this game. I think you can fast forward by like 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure.
Because I think for some reason they were waiting for the OK to start, and and then anyway. So I think we can go forward quite a bit. But yeah, for people that are wondering, like,
tapping so we don't miss anything.
Yeah, so I'm from the digital Shadowverse scene, so competitive play obviously. So I played a lot of SVOs, so Igni's from there as well, Bass is from there as well. A lot of people are from digital Shadowverse, so basically they've got this thing called Take Two, which is like a drafting format where you draft like a deck of 30 cards, and essentially I think the game started, right? Or nearly started. Anyway, you draft a deck of 30 cards. Yeah, you draft a deck of 30 cards, and then basically if you go 5-0, like that's a perfect run. And if you get that 15 times, you get a challenge master flair. So I think I was grinding like it was like a new account, so I was like grinding pretty hard to get like packs and stuff like that. And then I just named myself challenge master. Like screw it, like I'm proud of this flair, dude. I'm proud of my Take Two capabilities. And by the way, that is why I'm confident in Open 8 as well for Shadowverse. I do a few guys now. Yeah, just a plug. I do Open 8 guys on my Patreon. But yeah, anyway, I love limited formats in general. So one of my strongest suits. So that's where the origin of Challenge Master came from, and it's funny because like Baron, who's like the co-founder of SVE Master, like that is also one of his like kind of fonder memories of me. Like we obviously hadn't met at that point in time, but he was like, "Oh, I remember when you were your Challenge Master." Like, holy moly, like that's like a blast from the past, bro. Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're in the game. We're in the game now. We're in the game now.
We're in the game. We missed the Bellring and the Cristelia. Well, I think we're fine, right? Okay, Bellring. Hang on, Bellring evolved. All right, we're gaming now. Hang on, 2 damage.
Just to do 2 damage, but it's still alive.
Yeah. So it's funny as well though, because you talk about the Take Two format, and that just reminds me as well again the OG WGPs and that World Grand Prix, if you guys don't know for Shadowverse, where Take Two was an actual like played format. So there's actually kind of funny to talk about that being good with that, because a lot of players would neglect it. Right, and then get to that point and be like, "Oh no, I just have to put in all this time," which is kind of funny. But yeah, anyway, back to the game. We'll go back to the game. There's gonna be an Evo on the Princess, man. You know what that means, guys? It's very much time. They're in the X area. They're ready to go.
It's like Katori. Is that you? Is that you?
He just lifts the camera up and he's just there again with his cat. I'm making a comeback, boys. Baron are going to be cleared, obviously, and that's going to be 2 damage to face. So.
Is that 1 damage to face, right?
Oh, 1 damage. Sorry, 1 damage to face. Sorry, as 1-3. I love trying to just when we speaking of digital Shadowverse, just the stat line changes, fun to keep up with. 1-3. I think she's one attacking the digital game anyway. To face, and cool to see. I'd say maybe a better start on O's side for Forrest this time around. I mean, having that tempo, having a nice board for himself. I know we're only a couple play points in. But I don't know, it just seems like it's a better off start for him than what Katori had.
Yeah, I think you could kind of tell that Tanjiro or Demon Slayer's hand wasn't that great, because when you have to like evolve and not even clear the Lily, it's like it's indicative you don't have Surefire Bullet, and so like Lauren sort of felt very comfortable with playing the 4/4 there because it doesn't get killed by Surefire Bullet if you don't have it, right? And then obviously like he's able to swing for like with the 1/3 set up his Wisp. In a very good position, like right now, I will say. Is that long? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is. He's straight up gone for the Evo, cleared the Elven Princess Mage.
Okay, so if he has tier here, he's like in a really, really good position. Yeah. Because like with tier, and you get the extra turn, and like the fact that it's already taken a chunk of 4 damage, like, yeah, it's definitely a good position for Lawrence to be in, I would say. Potentially, like, you even get the 2 Wisp down, you trade the 2/2 in, and then you get 5 damage with the Crystalia tier. But I mean, obviously, if he has it, right? But if he has it, like this is really really strong vision beer.
So then you
Oh,
have
all right, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, there you
there's
go.
no way you slam double whisk and you don't have it.
Yeah, so gonna go for it. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
In
Yeah,
all its glory, right? So
this is a perfect
still,
opener. Yeah.
yeah, this is what we mean. Just like one, two, like what? Yeah, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just insane to start with. Gonna be able to deal with the Omen, which again, we go back to the first game, as you said that Katoria was having, and gonna be nice for him here on O side. Yeah, he's chilling. You know, he knows he's got his board set up, so just happy to maybe just give it a moment now that you know he's got that set up. Obviously, we know that combo on the Evo is going to come out in a sec. Give him that big buff, and be able to deal with that. But he's also thinking, of course, okay, deal with the repose, but what's the board state after that? Like, what do I have going into the next couple of turns? Because you don't know what Mr. Demon Slayer is. He just going to drop another Omen? You know, he's already got to do that time and time again, where he's just dropping those.
So the difference between like the situation and the last game is that here, because it's got the perfect kind of answer with here, like he's just gonna trade in like probably 2/2 and like the whisk spin, and he's gonna get 5 damage at the minimum with the Eve next turn. And then if Tanjiro wants to play another Marwyn, he has to trade that into the Eve, which is like very it's actually trading directly. That's actually quite interesting. I didn't expect that, to be honest. I think like I would generally have played it a little bit differently. But what he might do instead here is he might actually bounce the tier and then basically reuse that for a future turn. So let's just see what he does. But I mean, obviously he had a very good answer into the Marwyn here, and then he just gets to push in like what is that, 7, 8 damage type of deal.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then
yeah, you've got 1 damage in as well.
Yeah,
so 6.
So, yeah. And then I definitely would go for the, because obviously now he's used that Evo we talked about, of course, that Tier's only got. He's got the one Evo on his side, so use that again perfectly, and probably just gonna, if he does have that bounce, just to put another Tier back in hand, knowing he's gonna have that, having the Eve token at least will be nice, ready on standby again just in case. And look at it also as well, very healthy hand size as well. I want to point out, so great for the Silverbolt Elephant. And now thinking about just the second turn, he's gonna just go for the run-in. So again, there's that big damage we just mentioned will be going through.
And one thing I wouldn't be surprised though is like if Lawrence actually looked at the deck list and he's like, because this guy runs 3 Seraph, I want to make sure he can never play Seraph. Like that's kind of my... Well. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He's just trying to put a big board down and he wants to keep the hand size up. And he wants to create a situation where if this guy plays Seraph on turn 6, then that opens Lawrence up to play potentially Elephant for lethal. Obviously it's board locked here, but I assume that it's just lethal if like they're board locking here anyway. So yeah, it's a strong position for the Elephant Forest list right now.
Yeah, it's also just again just on those side, like as you mentioned, just drawing the cards, just having the cards, you know, just being able to go straight.
Oh, that's a Nature's Guidance, isn't it? Like,
Nature's Guidance, and I believe another Spinaria. I think he also grabbed there, if I wasn't mistaken.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
So, just having, again, we talk about the draw power in game 1, right? Being like the draw power in Forest is just so good. And they literally two of the perfect cards, called Spinaria coming out this set, Nature's Guidance, obviously being an OG. And whether it be in Evolve or normal Shadowverse, is still one of the best Forest cards in the game, I feel. Just, of course, fitting in basically every deck, which is very, very nice for them to have, especially with the low cost. And now Demon Slayer gets to go, okay, I skipped a turn, I let Forest do a little bit too much. Now how do I kind of respond to this? And of course,
you reckon he's going to play Seraph? You reckon? You reckon he's going to do it? Oh, he's slamming it!
He's done it! Yeah, he's done it! Alright.
He's done it. Shit.
So...
I bet you he dies here. I bet you just dead here. Like, I bet you he just literally dies here.
He just dies?
Oh, well, maybe not this turn. Maybe next turn. Maybe next turn. Like, I wouldn't
he has to have a Themis in hand, right? I feel like... But then it doesn't matter, because if he drops a Themis, he just gets Elephanted. Or Silver.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah.
So... Well... Ladies and gentlemen, make your bets, I guess, because that's 8 health. already. And OO is more than comfortable. But yeah, that's a nice Seraph. You're not gonna have 4 turns though, buddy. It's called mid range for a reason.
Yeah,
There's
if you're a
guiding
Vanguard
counter as
player,
well.
if you're a Vanguard player, it's just like, you're like final turn. I can't believe it. Like the collab, all of them have like the final turn emote. Like that's BM, bro. That's BM. I wonder if you can like actually legally use that emote. Like, can you imagine you buy that pay to win, and then you add the regionals, whatever, and then you just hear like all across the room, final turn.
You're at Worlds, the World Final,
final,
stream.
in the finals.
Turn.
You know, you can actually get DQ'd for that. Apparently, like so I heard apparently. It's like everyone watched the Vanguard like anime, right? So everyone wants to be like an edgelord. So like you go to like a regionals or BCS or whatever, and like you just like hear all across the room like when people are about to like win the game, it's like final turn. Yeah, and supposedly I heard that Bushiroad apparently Bushiroad said what did they say? They were like, oh, this is considered like BM, and if you use it, you can potentially get like a warning into a DQ or something like that.
Right.
So I'm actually kind of surprised that that they brought back the emote for like the literal leaders.
Yeah.
I guess it's not going to be as bad as SVE.
Yeah.
Well, it is kind of BM. Like if you're like
sure, but if it's in the show, and it's like, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh, like when you draw. And you're like hard the card, I'm gonna get that final draw, that's not BM as such. But
no. If you watch the show, like the people that use like final turn, like the people that say that are always depicted as like like really massive assholes. Like it's like they turn to the dark side. Yeah, it's sort of like that. Like if Kaiba was like beating Joey's ass and he was like final, final turn, yeah.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty much that.
Okay. We are going to see the response here. Just want to put out because Demon Slayer has somehow managed to hold on to his life for half a second with the Bell Ringer combo, with the Jean as well, and that's the Evolved Jean. So going to be able to wipe the board, get some health up, get the wards up, but,
Turn 2.
Mr. Elephant, as he's known as,
well, he can't kill it.
Wards.
Yeah.
So
maybe he has Silver Ball?
He could do, one in his deck. What are the chances? Are you kidding me? He's got it. He's got it.
Oh, he did Silver Ball. Yeah.
Silver Ball. I was like, it's just a Silver Ball. Like it's like a 1 in 1 chance in having it, right? 1 in 41. Oh yeah, he's got it. Of course he does.
Yeah, he should. Surely he should have just been like final turn. He slams down the Silver Ball.
Well, congrats to Mr. Lawrence, I guess, because we're on first name basis now. For the win there. Yeah, he did have a Thermos Decree. There you go. I figured he would have had one in hand, and of course, Acolyte's Light in case it was a King Elephant. Of course, I don't think he would have had the play points anyway, but probably would have been looking to play around it just in case. Yeah, of course, when the Seraph, obviously the Omen came down, give OO a chance to set up that board, get huge damage in. And then obviously when the Seraph came down, it was basically at that point, right, Beamer, just like knowing that, okay, he's left the board up, a huge amount of damage to come in, it's lethal range for Elephant or Silver Bolt, it doesn't matter which. But at the same time, I guess I kind of get on Tanjiro's side a little bit, because you want to drop Seraph as much as possible, like as soon as possible. But at the same time, if you see a big board like that, it's such a gamble of being like, okay, dropping the Seraph, pray that there's a one, again, Silverbolt is 1 in the deck, right? 1 in his entire deck list. There's 3 Elephant. I hope he doesn't have it. But we saw the draw power picked up, right? We saw the Spinaria into another Spinaria, into a Nature's Guidance. You have to kind of expect at that point that, like, oh, yeah, okay, it's probably going to be in hand. And also the Crystalia Lily as well, taken 2 off the top at the start of the game. So I don't know.
He was the protagonist. But he was the protagonist this time around.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the Sarah. I guess I understand to a point, but I don't agree with it. But I like
this was one time Tanjiro did lose, I suppose. Tanjiro did lose, but
I've still watched the Demon Slayer anime, guys. I know what Beamer's talking about. It's not on my watch list for like 5 years. Watched it.
All right, so we're gonna go to a quick break, and then we'll be back very soon with round 3. So the next one is not going to be another. It's not going to be another Haven versus Forest matchup. However, it will be a mirror match, but you'll just have to wait and see which mirror match it is. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back with round 3 of the SVE Master Championship with Beamer and Baz. So this time we've got a very different matchup. It is no longer Control Haven, no longer Mid-Range Forest. In fact, we are seeing our first mirror match of the day of the best deck, in my opinion, of the format, Egg Haven. So our two players, our two brave warriors. I don't know too much about Rise, but Juicy Karage, he's been around in the scene for quite a while. He's got a special connection with this tournament. But yeah, anyway, we're going to see some sweet Shadowverse action coming up. Deck list number 1. So this one is Juicy Karage's list. So he has opted for the Goblin variety of this deck. So a lot of people, like, they're messing around with the ratios in terms of 1 cost. Some people don't run Explosion, some people run triple Goblin, some people run triple Angelic Snipe. He's just opted to cut down on, I think it's cut down on the 5 cost Odette, which is usually pretty good if you hit it off the Marches tea time. And it's cut down on 1 copy of the Cudgel as well, which is a very strong tempo drop. But in exchange, he's opted for a slightly stronger early game in terms of the 2 Goblin. But look, obviously, all of these decks are going to look pretty similar. Like Egg Haven's Egg Haven, man. And then we've got Rise's deck. So, wait a second. It's not running Egg Haven at all. It is not a mirror match, if I'm not mistaken. It is actually Control Haven. Okay, well, I thought it was a mirror match, so I've obviously misled the audience. But maybe it's more interesting this way.
Rise is in R-I-Z-E, yeah? Just double check.
R-I-Z-E, yes. It's not Rise from League of Legends. It's not Rise from Dictionary. It's with a C.
Sorry,
anyway,
sorry, League of Legends mentioned. Sorry.
So this is the third Control Haven. He's running. He is running Haven. Okay, maybe I've got the wrong deck list then, unfortunately. All right. Okay. Well, disregard.
If you guys would like to see the deck list, 3QZTL is the code. I believe off of Rise list, and yeah, he's running Egg Haven. Interesting options in the Haven: 2 Explosion, 1 Angelic Snipe. He's in the group that runs 3 Fina, and also is in the group that runs no White Swans, but instead runs 2 Lyriel. So interesting there. Obviously a little bit different to the
We've got it up. We've got it up.
Very nice. So there you go. So you can see his lineup there. Yeah, obviously there's a couple of differences there. Of course, not having the White Swan, not having the Priest's Cudgel as well. I don't know which side to favor because my list that I run, because I also am a degenerate, just like Beamer is. I don't run either. My list is neither. I like having a mixture. Like for example, Karage doesn't run Manu, which I think is needs to be run in every Egg Haven deck because it's just that aura aggro line, the early easy Evo is just absolutely insane to not run. I can understand the White Swan toss up. I feel like White Swan, same with Lyriel, is in that category of like you hit like that 36-38 maybe line, and you're finding like the end to put in. Maybe Beamer, I don't know if you agree with me with that, Beamer, or not, but I feel like it's kind of in that like rounding out the deck category of do you want to have the extra health for yourself and the followers, or do you want that protection against other Egg Haven mirror matches? Disdain, of course, is a big deck that you're probably going to be going up against that will have that burn damage as well. Destruction Rune can as well. I don't know if we'll see any of those today just yet. But yeah, there's definitely an argument to have that Lyriel in as well. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where to lean. I do know that Karage's got Charles, so I'll probably go for him just because of the Charles leader. Because apparently he's the only person in Oceania that has Charles.
It's not Oceanic. It's not Oceanic. It's from America.
There you go. Because again, OC has no Charles. I've still not seen one in Australia. I don't believe he exists here. Trust me, try searching for him if you're in Australia. Can't find him anywhere. So probably we'll go for him just to leader choice alone. But I do like the different tech options tossed up. And if we are going to be serious about it, I think Rise with the Lyriel, that will be the decider. I feel like in this match, we'll be all about that Lyriel.
All right, are we all ready to start the match?
We are definitely are. As we're going to cut in for you guys, we will have the die roll up straight away.
Just gonna quickly change this. Round number 3.
We got a 2 and a 4, and then the video cuts out straight away because that's very funny. I believe so. It's Karage on left side, Rise on the right side, I believe. I'm assuming so because of the Charles leader. So Sakurage, is going to be on that side. He is also going to have the Evo points, so that's going to be very important, of course, as well. Having early Evo Alice's and the such, which will be important for him. Also, watch out for the Demon's Epitaph as well from this set. If you're not running it in your cave in this set, highly recommend that you do, because it is very, very strong. Very strong, and a lot of people tend to sleep on it at the moment for some reason. I'm not sure why. Andromeda and Goblins being the first followers dropped. Andromeda being dropped early, I feel like that's Rise maybe accidentally showing his hand isn't the best, but also might be confident enough to just drop it anyway, just to get that aggro regardless. Gonna toss
you typically do play it. You typically do play it. In this matchup, like obviously the egg on their side can clear your board even if you have Andromeda. So it's usually okay. Plus, like, I think you do actually need the 2/2 down, but just bringing it back to a point that you made earlier about which deck I think is favored, I do think Juicy Krage is very slightly favored, and the reason I say that is because although Rise does run the Lyrio attack, which is very strong in the mirror match, I think the problem is it's an open deck list, and so you know what cards your opponent is and isn't running. And one of the things that Rise isn't running is actually the Cudgel, right? And the reason why this is relevant is because, for example, if you're going first, I mean, like, obviously, Juicy Krage went second in this game, right? But if Juicy Krage went first, for instance, if you know your opponent doesn't run Cudgel, you might actually be tempted to just literally slam, like, Alice on turn 3, right? And then you know your opponent can't clear the Alice. And so, like, these are the situations where you do need to consider, like, your deck building choices a little bit. Like, I would almost be tempted if I were Rise to just run, like, one copy of Cudgel, just so your opponent has to second guess themselves, like, you know, can I really, like, slam Alice down and then, like, you know, Evo and swing for 4 to face and stuff like that. So, these are, like, these very small, like, thoughts you have to have at the top level. But, I give it a slight edge to Juicy Krage, but you can go either way. I mean, it's okay to be wrong.
Well, there you go. Casters aren't biased. We've chosen our sides, guys. There you go. We've got one on one side and one on the other. Because for me, I feel like, Cudgel can be good, but in the same category, at least in my list as well, it's finding that room in the extra deck. Especially when you have Epitaph, I feel, again, it is really cool to run multiple copies of, and especially looking into the next set, which I feel like is, well, at least in my situation, is really important for me. And knowing that I'm not going to be looking at running Cudgel next set anyway, don't want to have that as a crutch to rely on, you know. So I guess, you know, there's positives, negatives, depending on again, we talk about like shop metas and things like that as well, and how that can kind of play into it. But definitely agree with the Cudgel there. And obviously having the Evo points turn 2, he can go for that Alice. Well, could have gone for the Alice if he liked. And also banishing the Epitaph as an option, right? So you don't take the last words 2 damage. Is really good as well as a counter option. But there's Alice. I believe, was that Alice's adventure actually used to find the Alice, or, you know, optimal Alice finding there? So very nice. Into the Evo. So gonna get the 2. Let's see what he chose, because there's quite a few big options you can go for. So gonna go for, is that another Alice, or is he? Maybe Alice Evo there, didn't he, Beamer? I don't think I saw that, or was he actually just searching it?
I'm gonna be real, like these screens are way too small for my eyes. Like, I can hardly tell what's going. I can hardly tell what's going on. I'm just waiting for big explosions.
Okay. He didn't Evo the Alice. He searched the Alice. So there we go. So I was right the first time. Yeah. And now he's gone for the Goblin. He's also tapped Alice's Adventure. I believe it's the name of the card. For Goblin to buff. Realized he can't because he doesn't have the play points. So he's taking that back. And I believe it's past turn. And there's the Alice down Krage side, which we were expected to see anyway. So hopefully he's going to find a Tin Soldier off of the top 4 there. Maybe even a nice little Humpty Dumpty might be nice for him. So that's a Hares. I believe that's a Tin Soldier under that. Yes, it is. That's perfect. That's awesome.
So professional. But like,
perfect egg player right here. Alice turn as well.
Yeah, so I would say, like, if you're playing the mirror and you have to use Alice's Adventure on any early game turn, like, you pretty much, like, will lose the game, like, generally speaking. Because, like, because you can't spend 2 play points in the early game to search anything. Like, you just lose the game. The only way you can do it is if you have, like, Demon's Epitaph on turn 4, and then you play Alice's Adventure, and you set up like kind of like that. But like it just feels really terrible, like honestly. But you have no choice. You have to run it because it's one of those cards which is good in the late game when like you're top decking after Egg, and you can just search anything you want. But it's so bad in the early game, I have to say.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say that Tin Soldier pull, 10 out of 10. But again, it's just 10 out of 10. And getting the actress on top of that as well, that now Rise has to worry about. And this is where that Liriel as well, right, could come into play here. So if he's able to find it, because obviously the cudgel obviously has been used, can't banish it with the cudgel either. If you guys didn't know, obviously when Humpty Dumpty gets dropped, Liriel will still protect you. So at least in that initial hit. So Rise now is going to side the Goblin into the Egg Haven. He's going to get the 2, so I'm going to maximize the Goblin into the Egg Haven. Yep, there's the Evo as well. So happy to discard. It's unfortunate we can't see everything he's discarded. I don't believe we can.
It doesn't look like it's...
Pinion Prince, sorry, and I believe Alice was tossed through the Egg Haven. So it hurts a tiny bit, but clears the board. Gets a bit of Humpty Dumpty damage in. Also puts Humpty Dumpty in the grave. I believe he's running Explosion. Yes, he is. So we'll have that as well. So yeah, and that will obviously deal with the board there. But Karage is just gonna rise up. There, he's got all the Tin Soldier damage there. Is
the game over already?
Yeah, he's just nuked him there because that 2, 4, 6, 8 off of Tin Soldier, right? So yeah, and again, this is how quick it is. You know, being able to, if you're able to get that Tin Soldier combo with the Alice, right? Instant. What? There's already 2 tokens there. The actress is a 3rd token as well, and of course having that big board, he was able to get up early with Cudgel on that. So I believe Rise going through Grave. I think maybe they're just discussing the end of the game here potentially, but yeah, there's whatever the Karage. So again, having that Evo point, getting the Alice as well, and just optimal Tin Soldier gaming, even through the Humpty Dumpty, wasn't enough on Rise's side, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, like how quickly the game can swing if you miss even 2 play points worth. Like, I guess, like even if he had the Egg, like it's already dead, like dead to rights there, and that's like kind of the mirror match that you can expect with Egg. I think that's like one of the reasons why not that many people brought Egg, even though it's like considered a very strong deck. Because like these are very volatile like matchups in Swiss rounds. Some people aren't really comfortable with playing that.
Yeah. And that kind of goes back to as well, some obviously first of all, the card choice in Egg Haven, right? And again, do we take Liriel? Do we take White Swan? Do we take Cudgel, etc.? And also, what we're seeing again, we had 2 back-to-back matches, right, of mid-range Forest and Control Haven, because again, just so much they bring to the table, the draw power, removal options, the healing in some cases, just being able to being happy to drag out a match if they need to, they're like there's they can both run the Riel as well and kind of be okay with that as well to deal with Egg Haven and Disdain and the likes we mentioned earlier. So yeah, it's interesting with us at the Egg Haven discussion. Do we put it in a similar boat with Uma, I guess, in a way, where like it's a very strong deck, but like it's kind of a toss-up?
I think Egg Haven is much more frustrating to play against. Like in the current iteration, like I think Demon's Epitaph, like that card is not balanced at all. Like that card, like it should not have been printed. I think it's like the downside is not really a downside, if you know what I mean. Like it's actually an upside in most cases. Like you're happy to toss in like Tin Soldier or something, like in some cases, right? And like it's just too cheap for what it does. Like it's basically 2 guaranteed damage for the last words, but like it's also 3/4 at a game state where like the only card that can clear it is like Surefire Bullet. Like I don't know. Like this card, like this deck is only overpowered in my opinion because of Demon's Epitaph, I have to say.
Yeah, which of course, great addition to the set. Thanks, guys. Very, I'm happy to have. I love having. I've been using it a lot of my locals, so very happy to have that. Just letting you know, Beamer, as well. It looks like the boys might have actually played another match while they're waiting for the next round match. So
we won't be streaming that one. We'll just go straight to round 4. Yeah, we'll just go straight to round 4. We're already a little bit behind schedule, so we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with round 4 of the SVE Master Championship. We are nearing the middle of the Swiss stages, and I think that round is an Uma Musume match, if I'm not mistaken. So stay tuned. We will be right back. Speak of the devil. We'll be right back. See you soon. Hello, we are back with round number 4 of the SVE Master Championship. So it's Beamer back with Baz once again. So we're near the middle of the Swiss stages and we have a treat for you. It is once again Control Haven, but this time against the new deck. It will be against Uma Musume, which is the first one we have seen all day. Let's see if he can pull out the W with his deck list. So we'll just quickly jump to the first deck list we have. So we've got the Uma Musume list. I will say, like, I actually gave him a deck list and he didn't use my deck list, so I mean,
Ooh, already on his bad side. All right, okay.
Already on my bad side, but not running my Uma list. But anyway, so this list is running obviously 3-card Trial Initiation, recently unrestricted, 3 copies of Dictus, and then apart from that, he's running the 7 centimeters ahead. Which obviously when you have 20 Uma cards in there, it makes you discard 3 cards from your opponents and destroy the followers in the field, draw 3 cards. Very strong if you reach that point. And look, honestly, I think this current build that he's got is probably tailored to beat Forest. But it's not quite as good against decks like Egghaven, so and also Control Haven for that matter. So that's the Uma Musume list. And then we've got once again the Control Haven list. I have to be honest, I do not know what this I don't know what this 3 cost does, or 2 cost. I swear it's like, this is probably like the one where you get 1 play
point
back.
Is this the Repose, Apostle of Repose we're talking about?
Yeah. Is that the one that gives you 1 play point back?
Yeah, so you get a play point back when it goes to your opponent's turn. I've read the Evolve version as well, so you can actually, I think it's straight up banish any follower that's reserved. If you guys remember what reserve does, points to you, because a lot of people don't, because it's on, I think, one other card, which is Atomy in the whole game at the moment, which is funny. But yeah, you can banish any follower that basically isn't tapped. And also you get 2 play points back instead of the 1 play point back when it's evolved as well. In Open 8, it is very, very funny. In normal play, I've not seen it been used in any Haven list anywhere. So that is really cool tech. I'll love to see how that's played. And then, of course, we've got a 1 of Epitaph, which is interesting. And a 2 Aether, which is what Aether, I think we saw a lot of last set. This set, I've seen a lot of this dropping it. But still really cool, of course. Basically, that's your Aegis Searcher. A lot of people will use it for. Could potentially, I think, use it as well for Jean Repose, although you don't really want to use it for Repose when you've got his 1 cost spell, obviously, the saviors to search him out. So probably aiming more for the Aegis in the later game if needed. But yeah, that Apostle, that's interesting. That's really cool. So talking about like really good standout cards. That's probably the standout card of the night, honestly, so far that we've seen.
Yeah, for sure. Are we ready to go into the cast?
Definitely are. Let's get this one underway. So
Alrighty.
round 4 is up. So Uma on the left, Haven on the right. Apologies for the Haven side, because that is very difficult for us to see as well. So we'll try our best.
Realistically, I don't know how we're going to get this over the line, but we'll give it a shot.
We'll figure it out. I can tell you that's a bell ringer, right? It's a 1 cost. As the only 1 cost follower in his deck, it's a bell ringer. So we know that at least, and we'll try our best from there. So...
What was this guy's name again? Momo, I think. Momo.
I think so. I didn't catch his name properly, so I'm not gonna lie. Momo ISA is the only Momo, so let's find out. Let me compare.
Well, I just put him down as Momo. It's fine. He'll correct us.
Yeah, it's Momo. It's Momo. Yeah, you're right. So I'm gonna write that down. Momo ISA. There you go. So Momo for short. Unless you want us to give you like a funny nickname, like we've done with basically every other player so far. 2 costs, special week. Super legendary, so not just a starter deck one. That's cool. It's come out. Haven't seen this matchup yet, so I know the guys, at least at my locals and some of the other matches I've seen, haven't seen Uma into Control Haven yet. I didn't catch all of the BSF Team League, I will admit, just yet. I've been enjoying what I've watched so far though. So actually keen to see how this matchup will work. I don't know what special week just died to. I didn't see it's 2 costs, so I'm guessing
it dies to literally everything.
Yeah,
it dies to
I'm guessing it was Surefire or Angelic Snipe used.
Could be literally anything. It's like 4 hours, like 7 hours or something. It's so crazy.
Yeah. All right. So one of his destruction spells, that's 1 cost or 2 costs have been used. There we go. To check that off the list, chat. I don't know. Again, we need like a magnifying glass for this. This is, I will say, it looks cool. It's just too far to figure out.
Look, at least you're confident that he's not going to cheat, right? Like I said, you can see clearly everything that he's doing. Oh, by the way, I did give Eve Asian a warning because like his cards keep leaving the screen. I actually gave him a warning for this. So don't worry, like I gave him a warning.
So not only did he not take your deck list, but he's
also I had to give him a warning, bro.
As well. Bro, what is this, man? Yeah. Asian man, pick up your game. What's going on?
Yeah, I was like, dude, it looks so sus. Like, obviously, like, look, I don't want to spoil the match, but I guess it didn't matter. but look, there's no bias, bro. I give warnings to even my boys. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, even if they're trying to cheat, you know, I still give them a punishment. You
just said that after Lawrence played 2 games ago, so I mean, who knows? You could just be saying that, guys, for you guys at home. We don't actually have proof of that, but you know, it's yeah, we'll believe him for now. I guess we'll believe him for now.
Yeah. So basically, I do know how this matchup goes, so I'll give like everyone the rundown because we're not going to be able to properly see what's going on due to the nature of the other person's setup. So. Basically,
even both their phones as well. Like the glare's a bit much.
Yeah, it's a bit much. It's hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah. So 21, I can figure that much out. So there you go, guys. Hope you like that number.
God, bro. So this matchup, basically, in the past, it was mostly about like just playing as many Umas as you can and hoping like they stick on the board and you push damage through that way. Like this build that Eve Asian's running is pretty bad into Aegis Haven because like. It doesn't really run like the Storm options, so it doesn't run like the 2 copies of Encroaching Heat, the Sakura Chionos, all that. So it's a little bit harder to get that face damage in that will actually win you the game. And then the one plus side that Evasion's list has is it has the 7 centimeters ahead, so in the late game you can kind of outgrind them with the advantage engine. And you can bring that back repeatedly, so you can actually bring back 7 centimeters ahead with Tachyon, for instance. So like if he reaches that point in the game, he's like pretty good, but even then, like, you might just not be able to clear the Aegis in the late game, and that's like a pretty big problem. So I do think that Momo's list is favored in this matchup, mainly because of the way the 2 decks are constructed. So it's going to be pretty tough, and like Evasion's already had all of his early followers answer at every single turn, which means that he hasn't got any chip damage in, and it doesn't look like he's ever getting any chip damage in. So, yeah, so it feels bad, man, for sure.
I'm again just on the Haven side of things. Then it's those small little tech pieces that I'm wondering how he's going to use those to respond into Uma. Is it even there for Uma? You know, like it's as obviously I believe the repose would most likely be there. First one to deal with Lyriel. I mean, I know there's no burn on Lyriel's side, but I guess you don't want to keep taking 2 damage. I guess that could be an option. Other standing followers. I mean. I don't want to say Tin Soldier because, like, if a Tin Soldier is on your normal field, on your EX area, and not being responded to somehow, like, that's wild to me. But I'm thinking about fellows like that. I mean, Abyss, I think of Mini Soul Devil. Maybe that's played at his locals still. I don't think Mini Soul Devil's in too many Abyss decks at the moment. I know you could probably fit it in more of the aggro lines.
No, it's in Glory Finder, bro. You play Mini Soul Devil on Glory Finder.
Glory Finder,
yeah,
sure.
That's the play. Wasn't that the combo they showed off on the on their stream, whatever?
I definitely watched that to know. 100%.
100%.
I love Glory Finder, bro. I've bought 8 boxes already.
Really?
Ready to go.
You actually?
No. I'm going to though. I do. I really want the mono leader. I need the mono leader. And I do want some of the cards. Again, being a digital Shadowverse player, right? There is a lot of cards adding that's like Glory Finder exclusive that I'm like, they'd be nice to have. You know, being an OG, they'd be nice to have. But yeah, Mini Soul Devil, obviously, it's cards like that. Basically, is what I'm highlighting, right? Of like the ones you don't want to attack because you want to normally keep their effect going. That maybe he'll probably use the repose for, but yeah, but running 3 of. I'm pretty sure it's 3 of. I'm gonna double check. Yeah, 3 of, and then 2 of the Evo. I guess it's also the play points, right? Because I guess you are using the control side, so you can kind of bend that extra play point or 2, knowing that okay, I can still play Surefire. I can still play my 1 of Black and Scripture. Also, 1 of Black and Scriptures in this deck. We'll just go with that. Like his angelic snipes, you know, those are all still like options that he can have while still having like a beefy follower on the board and being able to banish. So you can see where it fits. But again, it is interesting that like there's no other list I guess that I've seen that runs it. I don't know about yourself, Beamer. I mean, you didn't even really know what it was when you saw it, so I'm gonna say no. But yeah, like I'm pretty sure like it's definitely an out there choice. That's a Burrowing Award. I'm guessing that's a Jean. I'm
I'm guessing it's a John, man.
I'm
This is
just
one
I'm just
copy
thinking
and
in real
cast.
life, bro, with my head, like trying to find
It's
out
hard. Yeah,
what
it's
that
hard.
is. Yeah,
And I definitely can't do it because I've got OBS, so like my screen is actually smaller than what you're probably looking at it with.
Yeah,
So like,
I'm real.
I'm just
I
like,
mean,
you know,
I can
we're just
just
having a
like
conversation.
triple. I can just triple dot hit the zoom button, but let's be honest, the quality it's not. That's not going to help. So you're just gonna have to guess off of the follower choice going in. 21 health though, still up. Obviously, we know no one's actually really been hit. I believe. Probably except for maybe the Uber player. Trying to see.
Yeah, it's really tough for
20.
evasion to win now because like you need to get chip damage in if you want to win, and so like
Yeah.
now like even if he like gets a 10 damage Aguri cap in, it doesn't do anything. And then like on top
Yeah.
of that, like if you go 10 damage Aguri cap doesn't do anything. If you go Narita Bryan, your opponent just evos Aegis over it. Like there's nothing you can do. Like all you can hope for is reach 20 engrave and then like loop 7 centimeters ahead. And I still don't think that wins you the game. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, or like somehow get a cap going somehow to avoid.
And even then, it's only 10 damage. Even then, it's only 10 damage. And he's already used like 2 carrots. So, like, even if he does get 10 damage to the face, it's like now he's out of carrots, so he can't play the end game.
Because I'm even just looking over the cards right now, because obviously you got like the vodka combo out with Daiwa, but yeah, again, you gotta watch out for the wards, as you mentioned, right? There's 7 more centimeters, but like, I don't know if that's really gonna do much, and yeah, Momo's just going to be able to sit on again. We as we just mentioned, right? All these destruction spells and banish spells. He's going to go for Daiwa now. I'm assuming Vodka will be coming up very shortly as well.
Mm-hmm.
At least he gets to show off the promo carrots.
Yeah, that's some copium right there. Look, I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping that on this turn he can actually go for the Daiwa combo. So like, if he has Vodka. And he's able to play 3 spells, he can get 8 damage Storm in, which is very strong. And then that might claw him closer towards victory. But if he doesn't have that, I think the game's pretty much over here. So let's just see if he has it. But if he doesn't have it, oh, so hard.
Yeah, so Daiwa Vodka Ogre is basically what we're looking for. And then maybe an arena, right? If he needs that final.
Oh, is that outright? Oh, man.
That's a flashbang. That's what that is. That's an ultimate glare.
It's outrunning the encroaching hate, so it gives an Uma +1/+1 and Storm. Oh, I don't think it's Uma because you can play with Deepwood Anomaly. Glory Final. That's stupid. Anyway, but yeah, basically, this implies he doesn't have the Dial Vodka combo, which means yeah, it's not good for him. Oh, he does have the combo, but he doesn't have the 3 spells version of the combo, which is what he needs in order to win here.
So I mean, he's just hoping, right, that it doesn't get hit. But again, Control Haven.
Yeah. So, how much play points does he have open though? But like the thing is, like in this situation, what I would do if I was a Uma player is like I would wait until I have an opportunity to do this combo, and then I'll play 3 spells and get 8 damage to the face. And then they have to spend their play points to clear the board with Uma. And then you follow up the next turn with the Guru Cap, and like they won't have the play points to Acolyte's Light. So over 2 turns, you do 18 damage to them. Like that's kind of how you play this matchup.
Sorry, I don't know if that was just an Agnes hover. He definitely went to play for something then. It was either an Agnes or a Lamplet. I think he was about to play them. Is it going to be
he was getting a Storm.
Not to do either at all. So yeah, we'll go for that instead. Yeah, it was definitely. I just saw like when he was like 3/4 of the way playing a card, and you could see like the blue like dark background cover at the top. So I could definitely thought it was that. I'm gonna run the Vodka in and clear the bell ringer. So draw for him. I mean, he has to get rid of it, right? He has to get rid of it some way. So gonna run that in. Gonna tap the Daiwa and get the damage in as well. So we'll get at least something in. That's a start. It's not obviously Beamer's optimal play that he just went through, but it's something, right? And that's
So like I will say it's not like I do think it's like the optimal scenario. I don't know if it's necessarily the optimal play. So what I would actually do there is I would search trial initiation to start it off, and then you basically want to get you want to end the turn with you want to end the chain basically by getting the 1 cost lamplet and use that to clear the bell ringer. So your first one is trial initiation, your second one is any spell that's also 1 PP, and then your third spell is a lamplet, and then you basically get 8 storm damage in on that turn.
Max damage,
right?
Yep.
And that's like one of the few ways that you beat. That's one of the ways you've always beaten Control Haven, to be honest. So, to be honest, I think I've taught him this line of play before, but I don't think he listened to me. And like it's easy, and it's actually easier to do this now because you've got triple trial initiation. Like that was actually more risky to do before because you had to set flowers for you. And flowers for you only sees 1 card, but with trial initiation you see 2 cards, so it's more likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, given that like he's only getting 5 damage in, it's really tough. And like this build that he's running, it doesn't run the recursion in order to bring back the outrunning the encroaching gate. So like the build that I really like for Uno right now is like the Sakura Chiono one, where you run 2 copies of Sakura Chiono and you keep like recurring it, so it's a 5 damage storm every time. And the way the play points work out, it's very difficult for Aegis Haven to actually answer it, because you're like pressuring their face every turn. So I actually think Uma's favored into Aegis Haven, but not this list that Evasion's running right now. Also, I did actually publish an Uma guide on my Patreon. So
I was about to bring that up. If you guys would like to know more, make sure to subscribe to the SVE Master Patreon page for Beamer Got the Art Club. I believe there's a video of it coming out.
So I had I think I did like a tournament run where like I uploaded like 4-0 runs or something. I can't remember. Yeah. But anyway, like I think the main thing though is like for these Patreon guys, they're so. I honestly think these Patreon guys are way too cheap for what I did. Like I actually like accidentally put the Egg Haven guide as $5. It's meant to be for $10 subs, like for the SVE Master tier. Okay, and like after I wrote this, I was just like, what the hell? Like, why did I write like a literal like flowchart on like how, like it's literally like it's so easy to play Egg Haven. Like if you read this guide, like it's just so free. Like, and I was like, did I really write this for $5? Like, hold on.
Well, the sellout time is finishing up. I'm just saying.
Back to the game. No more sellout. No more sellout. No. We'll approach a different.
SVE Master YouTube channel.
No. We'll do a different one. So now we'll say Uma Musume English edition coming out in just a few months' time. Playable at Anime Expo. You see the Uma Musume on the screen right now. You can play that on your phone. Let's go.
Hit the link in the description.
We're selling out now.
That's gonna be my chance to play the game because I've not played the Japanese one because I figured it would come out in English eventually.
Did you ever play Princess Connect?
I did. I started it. We're not going to talk about what happened with that because that's a certain group that people don't like, or put it into the ground, etc. So I quickly dropped it, unfortunately, which sucked because I was looking forward to it. And now I'm just a certain sensei in a place called Kivitos or whatever mobile game gacha player. So if you know, you know.
Yeah, of course. Isn't that the show where like they have the guy who's like, you know, with the feet? Like I mean, like obviously it's on Twitter. Like you can't miss it.
You've got 2 responses to that. We don't talk about it, or the greatest moment in anime, and anime's been saved. However you want to take it. There you go. Looking forward to watching that at some point as well. We did see the Jordan era come down to clear. If you guys listen to the podcast version, sorry, we weren't talking about the card game for a moment. So obviously we saw that come down to clear the board. Fell out with a bell ringer. Literally can't tell you what the card is next to the bell ringer. Gonna shoot. It's a Haven follower.
Right?
I'm thinking it might be. Into a vodka, into an Agnes as well. So the good news is Agnes can actually target things because none of those cards have aura. So that's cool. Because that was obviously a discussion we talked about before, of course, with the Control Haven, most of it being all the boss monsters being aura based, and a lot of decks not being able to respond to that, not having, of course, aura, of course, not being able to have their followers targeted by things. So that was an issue in that regard. But kind of recovered with again some nice followers down, having Agnes down is nice. But yeah, obviously now on Momo's side, I mean, surprised we haven't seen a repose yet, an omen coming down. I mean, he's only got 2, but he does have like 3 saviors. I mean, at this point, we're getting later in the game where maybe Aegis might be better to be dropped here for him. I don't want to say this is similar to game 1 just yet, where like you feel like Control Haven probably should have been more in a driver's seat lead, kind of by this point, but I feel like it's getting close.
Yeah, and I think one of the things to note is Tachyon in this matchup is very good at recurring outrunning the encroaching key. So it's like a very cheap kind of investment in play points. And you can get 4 damage in, and you can poke with that repeatedly. So like you can see at the moment he's just trying to continuously put pressure down and kind of poke the face with that. Because like that's all you really can do in this matchup, right? Like try and get the damage in where they can't respond, because their single target removal is usually limited to like, you know, 4 PP. I mean, of course, they got the buff recently with the Craving Splendor. Before Surefire Bullet didn't do anything as Boomer, because like a lot of your followers aren't raced, which means they only do 3 damage even in the 4 falls. But yeah, so like it has been like pretty good set for Haven, and that's why we're seeing so much of this Control Haven list, because like the players actually feel like, you know, your deck building gets rewarded. Like, I mean, all of the Aegis Haven lists we've seen today have all been very differently constructed, right? Yeah. And I think, like, you know, that feels very rewarding, I would have to say. So, not surprised. Yeah. And also, it might be my fault, because I also did put Aegis Haven as, like, tier 1 on my tier list as well. So maybe I
could definitely say it's played a part in it to some regard, my locals.
Maybe.
So I could definitely say that. But also, it's true, though. I feel like, Control Haven has been pretty much tier 1, maybe tier 2 in some sets since set 1. It's always been on top, a very reliable deck to play, and has obviously just gotten better and better and better as the sets come out. You've got more destruction spells and removal spells to play with. You've got actual search spells and amulets and so forth, right, to work with. And it's just really now people deciding on, again, their comfort picks, their balance. So it's more of a discussion we have like with the Shadowverse Open, right? Where we talk about a lot of like their pro players and decks and they'll bring in. When you get to that point of everyone's playing meta, but the important thing above that is comfort. And the comfort picks and comfort plays, you can copy any net deck list, right? But if you don't know how to play it, you're not happy with it, you're not going to do the best, right? You're not going to do 100% with it. So it's seeing that and then seeing how people balance stuff. Like we read the joke about Black Inscripture, for example, right? It's not really something we see, but we've seen 2 matches now where 2 different players have bought it. One's bought it as a 3, one's bought it as a 1. So yeah, it's cool seeing how people will kind of toss that up. And also keeps your opponent on your toes, because you have to kind of play around, all right, and with an open deck list event like this as well, like, how many of this destruction spell do I have to worry about? How many of this banish spell do I have to watch out for? When's a Themis Decree going to drop? And is it safe for me to build up a board? If it's not, is there a way for me to recover if I do get Themis, right? There's so many of these things you kind of have to play around. I believe, of course, like for example, now of course with the Omen being dropped, can't really be targeted by the Agnes, and now on Asian side, he's struggling right really at this point now, because he has to just run stuff straight in, which Uma doesn't want to do, right? It doesn't want to really run in and waste followers on other followers. So it's going to give him a moment to pause and think about where he's going to go to take this.
I can give an overview from the Uma side of things. So, like, at this point of the game, considering his deck list, like, he's already used the majority of his carrots, so this is actually kind of difficult for the Uma player from the perspective of when you do run out of carrots, like, a large portion of your deck actually becomes unplayable. The first thing, like, the limited amounts of carrots he has left in his deck, and then the second consideration is actually the fact that his win condition at this point, in my opinion, is probably reducing the opponent's resources by looping 7 centimeters ahead. So if Evasion is able to get to 20 Uma and he can search 7 centimeters ahead via, let's say, Daiwa, you can search it with that, right? So you can do that and then recur with Tachyon and so forth. So if you can drop Aegis Haven to like 0 cards in hand, if you can manage to do that, you might be able to get a win condition here, but I suspect it's not actually close to 20 in grade right now. So it's very uphill because he's running out of resources, plus he's not hit his actual win condition yet. And like lethal via HP is no longer particularly likely. Have I lagged out? No. Well done.
I don't know how much of that came through stream, Mr. B Man, because you're definitely lagging out at the moment. So
Yeah, it seems like I'm lagging. Yeah.
I don't know if stream can hear me either.
No, they
Apologies,
couldn't.
chat.
No.
We'll get that fixed for you guys in a moment.
Australian internet,
Yeah,
by the
so
way. 6 a.m.
I will keep going under the impression that for some reason this, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, tin cans and string. It's fantastic. NBN what? Anyway, that's, I guess if you're Australian, you're Australian, right? I'll act under the impression that the stream is okay and Discord is sort of okay, unless I see otherwise. There's a lot of buffering. I think we're almost all good. It's looking like the stream is looking like it's recovered a tiny bit. I don't know, Beamer, if you want to say anything.
I think I've got
See if
lag.
we're lagging
Like
still or
I
not.
think I've got lag.
Yeah, you definitely had lag, but you sound good now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit
So
better now.
you sound okay now. So I think we've just passed the lag gate. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, my main point was, my main point was simply that he's running out of carrots, and then when you run out of carrots, your cards are not as good. And then also he needs to get to the 7 centimeters ahead win condition, but I don't think he's actually at 20 cards engraved, so he's running out of time. Like seriously, he's running out of time. I think like the ability to kill him outright by HP, I think that win condition is already long gone. So yeah, it's one of those long drawn out games where you can feel it slipping away. Sort of like in round 1 when Katori like was slowly slipping away against Aegis Haven. And like this is one of those decks where like this is why people don't like playing as Control Haven, right? Because like you can feel it when like it's slipping out of your hands. And like I guess that's why it's enjoyable to play Aegis Haven, because you can like you feel like you've just got it in the bag, but it's just about like the steps are there. Like you just have to go through the steps, but you know you've won already.
Yeah. Yeah. And I had discussions with driving players as well. It's definitely like it feels like that, and also like I always feel like they're always almost every week changing up their lineups by 1 or by 2, right? It's always like, you know what? This week was good, but I didn't see this one control or damage spell, so I'm adding another one this next week and taking this one card out. And then it goes to that week, and then, you know what? I saw this damage spell heats, but I didn't see this other card I took out, so now I'm putting it back in. And it's just, I saw things every week where they're always messing with it, just to try and find that 100%, which I don't think they'll ever get to. But it's always like 99.5 or 99 whatever. It's very, very good. On Uma's side, as you mentioned, Beamer, right, with the centimeters play, they're essentially now just playing scuffed Abyss, right? They scuffed discard Abyss. He's actually going to count the Uma cards in grave. I think that was maybe close to 10, unless I missed the start of that.
He should have a lot more than 10, I think. A lot more than 10.
So yeah, I feel like he should, but I don't know if he actually did. Again, maybe I may have miscounted 1 or 2, but it definitely didn't. It definitely wasn't 20. So yeah, he's definitely far off for that. And you can see now he's just going to run in, of course, on the Control Haven side, about 6,000 damage on Momo's side. Definitely a quick play. Was that a Lamplet just dropped? Pretty sure it was. No, it was the Abyss 4 cost, which will be 2 costs now. So yeah, probably 10, just to insta destroy. The one foe he can actually target, which I'm assuming would have been a Jean or an Apostle, or an Erd. They're the only 3 he has that don't have aura, so they could have been targeted. So he's going to drop that. So going to buy himself in time, and that's technically another Uma card engraved, which is good for him. But yeah, as Beamer said, it's just a matter of time at this point. Go ahead and content this one out, unless for whatever reason it can be dragged out enough for 7 more centimeters to really impact the game, where we're essentially just playing an Uma version of discard Abyss. Which, yeah, I don't know how I feel about Abyss, really, this set, speaking of at the moment. I don't know about yourself, Beamer.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any yet in the feature matches. I think we'll have to look at the top 8, right, to see if any of them made it. I feel like it's been an overwhelmingly Haven centric better. I'll be surprised if we don't see at least like 5 Haven in the top 8, to be honest. I think there's at least 1 Forest in the top 8, but I guess we'll have to see. Yeah.
At least half Haven definitely one forest and what? I mean, we haven't seen a disdain dragon today either, which I'm surprised that we haven't seen any dragon. I thought we would have seen disdain, or even disdain discard played. I feel like that is really good at the moment, and we haven't seen. I mean, maybe it could be. We just maybe haven't seen the feature match yet. It's definitely in there somewhere.
I don't know who the number 6 and the number 7 feature matches are, so I only selected up to the first 5 rounds. I think no, I only selected up to the first 4 rounds actually. So
yeah,
potentially. Okay, no, I've just been told that the top 8 has been announced. So I won't spoil it here, but yeah, you just kind of keep watching to see. But
and if you're in the Discord server, don't look.
don't look. Don't look. We'll get there eventually.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, we're actually doing okay for time, I think, because I think originally
just get a Macca's egg and bacon McMuffin. What is that? sorry. That was just out of nowhere. It just pulls out at just a okay. Anyway, so confident he's just pulling out food now.
He knows it's over. He needs to eat.
Yeah, he's like, stop it, bro. I've got lunch break coming up, bro. Just give me the Uber now. Give me the meal now.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's so restless sleeper, that matchup. Like, especially at this point. It's fine.
That's Aether dropped, so that's gonna be that's a guaranteed Aegis. Yeah, at that point, and that's probably gonna seal it. That's pretty sure that looks like an arena to me. On an Asian side, pretty sure that is an arena. So 5 damage would have gone through if he wants to tap, but I mean Aegis, Aether, I'm pretty sure that's Repose. Could be wrong. On the other side there as well. Actually could also be the Apostle of Repose, and not just Marwyn. That's a pretty stacked board on Momo's side at this point. So yeah, just a matter of time now.
So what do you reckon, like, Eve Asian's doing all the time when he's, like, reaching over to the side? Look, I'm at the point where I have to, like, where I'm no longer able to focus on the game, because I can't actually see what's going on at Momo's field. I literally can't see.
You're not missing much.
I'm not missing much. I swear to God, please, like, I didn't select the last feature round, so please, no more control here. Just please, I can't, bro. I can't. It's been way too many.
There's a reason why Beamer is a pro player, not a pro caster, guys. At least for Shadowverse related stuff, anyway. Guardian Sun dropped with Ward on the Evolved Aegis as well. I don't know. Maybe there's someone. Maybe he's been coached. Maybe he's watching something on the side. Maybe he's playing a hard competitive match of Digital Shadowverse down there now on mobile PC, Steam, on the side as well. I don't know. Many options. My question is, why do you leave his red white?
I think it's a cat. I reckon it's a cat. I reckon it's like a cat or a dog. I have to think. Yeah, well, like he keeps like reaching over. Like it has to be like he's petting like an animal. Maybe it's like a horse. Like maybe it's a little Uma Musume.
That much.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If I didn't know this, man, I'd be patting it, you know?
Okay, hang on. We've got confirmation from the man himself, I believe.
That is not the man. That is not the man himself.
It's one of them?
But I mean, Chick-fil-A, we don't have that in Australia, do we? We don't have that.
No. Oh, it was Chick-fil-A, yeah. No, we don't. They've only just announced we're getting Wendy's, and I think that's like a year or two away. And then in the past couple of years, we got Carl's Juniors. So
we got Chipotle, right? Oh wait, do we have Chipotle? No, we don't.
Nope.
We have Taco Bell. We have Taco Bell.
No. You have Taco Bell. I don't have Taco Bell.
Oh yeah, but that's because you're on Adelaide.
Right? Exactly. Like you guys have Starbucks. We have Starbucks at Woolies in like the little package containers for like I don't know how much money. We don't even have normal Starbucks. All right. I don't want to hear it. Went to Sydney once, saw like 5 Starbucks, thought I was in America, bro. It was wild. I didn't know where I was. I don't believe that we have Starbucks. I think it's made up, and you guys were pulling a prank the whole time. When I went to Sydney. So no Chick-fil-A. So we'd like it though. Apparently it's really good. Apparently it's like the best in America. Let us know in the chat because we don't know. You don't have it. So
I gotta select. I gotta select our top 8 match. I'm gonna quickly dip out, and I'm gonna select the top 8 match. That'll be the most interesting.
All right. as this game wraps up. I'm pretty sure it's like hitting the end game now. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Momo's about to finish this one up. Again, as mentioned, Evolved, Aegis, Aether, Guardian Sun. I'm pretty sure that's Apostle, actually. Not Marwyn. He's going to run the Aether in first, just to try and see if there's any response on Asian's side. Doesn't look like there will be, which probably means, yeah, it's about to be game. Chucking the last bit of damage there, I believe, will be lethal. Looking at
holy crap. We have to stream this round.
We have to stream this round, guys. Get excited. It's about 4 hours away. No, that's probably not.
Yeah, this top 8 match. Damn, I did not expect that deck to be 7-0. Whoa. Okay. Oh, alright.
Okay, but that's hype for something later. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that.
Oh, but the matchup is Control Haven.
We expected that, though. We expected
Control Haven. We did. So, we did.
Like, settle in, boys. You know, it's Control Haven. We know how it is. Actually gonna run all that in actually just to clear the board. I just realized he's actually not gonna go face. Gonna tap Guardian Sun now on the Aegis. Excuse me there. Or not. No, he's gonna hold it. So, Momo just, I guess, finishing at the end of his turn, making sure that he's not going to be caught out. Going to tap Aegis left without Sun. Yep, and that is a ton of damage anyway. Is that? I think he's just in it. I think that's looking like a 6. I'm pretty sure that's a 6. Don't want to put my head upside down. It's a 6. It's a 6. I'm saying it's a 6. So unless, yeah, he's doing the graveyard count now, which is looking pretty hefty on Asian's side. Again, I don't know if that's exactly 20 or touching 20, but it's going to be close at this point. 4 centimeters. And if he's checking that, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say it's in his hand. Ready to go as well. So he just needs to try and find a way. Even if you can maybe just run a follower or 2 in, right? But as Beamer mentioned, no more carrots. Bit difficult to do that with no carrots. So this might just actually be game here on Asian side. Not really going to have much to respond with against the Aegis at the moment. I believe it can be damaged now. It's been on board enough to be damaged technically. But not really going to have anything to run into. As we mentioned, no carrots. Can't be targeted, of course, with Aura. Canning through the grave now. Is that 5, 10, 15? I believe that's 15.
Okay, I've finished deciding the top 8 feature match. I think everyone will enjoy that one. It's actually, it's a banger. It'll be a banger, unless it's already the round 7 and round 6 one.
Banger after banger after banger.
I actually don't know what's been selected for 6 and 7. I left that to the admin team. So, but they have fallen before we have Dazzle. So, we're pretty much the entire admin team's Australian, right? So, except Azula. Azula's American, so he's still alive. And then like all the other Australians are like, I need to die, and like they just crashed that game. So weak, yeah.
What do you mean? We're still
6 a.m., bro. It's 6 a.m. I don't know how I'm still alive. I think I have a nocturnal like clock, so like I can kind of do it.
Yeah.
But I've got an open 8 tournament tonight, so like I don't know. It's just gonna be the so like I think what's gonna happen is we're gonna stream the finals, and that'll be at like 9 o'clock. So we'll probably finish like 10 o'clock, and then I'm gonna see if I can sleep for like 6 hours, and I'm gonna go play with Nayib.
Need
to pull the cereal, bro.
We put like a pin in it, and then we record it later. How about that?
Has anyone pulled cereal in Adelaide?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so like in Australia, right? Like for context of people watching, like we've got like 5 states in Australia, right? So like the big ones are Sydney and Melbourne. So like we've got Wales in Melbourne and we've got Wales in Sydney, right?
The big ones, yeah, the big.
Yeah, we got the Jerry Wangs of the world. But anyway, so basically like I think we bought like 20 cases of product in Sydney.
Yeah.
And we pulled 0 cereals. Like there's been like 20 plus cases, I think. 0 cereals. And then Melbourne, like I don't know how many cases they've opened. They're probably also like 20, and they've opened 4 cereals. It's messed up, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think every other state hasn't hit any either.
I can't tell you the case count because I don't even know how you know that. I was just gonna say that you got some
No,
database
because I know all
somewhere.
the whales. Like we already
Oh
casted
no,
one of them.
sure,
Like OOC, he
sure,
opened 6
sure.
cases and he got 2 god packs. And then like
Okay.
Jerry Wang, he's like the Chinese whale.
Oh,
He's
gotcha.
opened
Okay,
he's
yeah, yeah.
opened 6 cases I think, and he's pulled nothing. And then after that, like I basically just counted like people who bought like 1 or 2 cases here and there. And like yeah, we've just
Yeah.
like it's like 20 cases on me, and like we haven't hit any. Very unfortunate. Oh, the game's over.
Okay.
It's sort of expected.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were expecting the ages to come in the second time anyway. Like it was on 15. He wasn't gonna be able to hit the 20. And it was they were just finishing at the end of that anyway. So yeah, that one's kind of rough. On our end, I know we've hit Ulti Lashena. I saw some dude yesterday flexing 3 Ultimate Galmu, and I don't know where he got those from.
Mhm.
And then like I think ours have all been leaders over Ultimate. I know we've had a couple Serb. I pulled an Ian and Adele. Hold on.
Oh no, no! I feel
Yes,
bad.
boys. Ian and
No
Adele. There it is. And all story. Just
tragedy.
kidding. I got Cerberus as well. It's fine. I got
Ah, yeah,
Cerberus.
that's
We're
okay.
okay. We're okay. So
Oh,
I got.
yeah, you're still
I
alive,
got
still alive.
two. I got two. So I'm pretty happy with that. I don't have any ultimates. Last ultimate I pulled was Wizards of Oz. But then
Mhm.
I also made that in the Dirt Rune deck and went on a tear. By the way, Dirt Rune slept on. Don't know why people didn't play that in set 3. Anyway, as much as they should have. Hot take, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, I think we've had a couple leaders, couple ultis, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you case wise and anything. No way. Some people might, not me. So,
You
just
might
aware
even
of
say
that.
it's been a
So,
little rough. I mean, because he put Severance. Anyway, we are going to a break, so
Get me
we will
out.
be back with round 5 of the Shadowverse Bowl Master Championship. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. There's a spicy deck in the top 8, which we'll eventually get to. We're currently, I think, top 8 has just begun, and we are going to round 5 right after this. So maybe 5 minutes or so. We'll see you back. Alrighty, Beamer and Baz back for round 6. Unfortunately, round 5 we had some technical difficulties, so we are unable to cast that round, but it might be better that we are able to go straight to round number 6. We have Disdain Dragon. The first time we have seen it all day today, so let's get right into the two players. So play 1, Disdain Dragon, it's back. So this guy is running the Disdain package. It looks like a fairly standard list. I'm not sure if they typically run the 3 copies of Dragon Summon and 3 copies of Fina, but you can't go wrong with it, right? Adds a bit of consistency. You search your Bellringer and your Disdain Disciple by your Fina, or you clear like their 1-cost followers. And the Dragon Summoner, obviously, when you evolve it, you can search your deck for other Dragon cards. So I think he's valuing that level of consistency. He's running the 1 copy of Serpent's Wrath as his one of in the deck. But overall, Disdain Dragon, it's not a deck we've seen a lot of, but it's a very popular deck. We know it's different by its pet deck, actually. It's got a nice toolbox, a very nice toolbox with Gami. You can search anything from the cemetery, so you can either do 1 damage to the opponent, clear the entire board with a mini conflagration. It's a deck that kind of does it all. What do you think, Baz?
Yeah, I'm keen to see this variant. I've got a lot of players in my locals that are also playing Disdain, but they're playing it with the discard package. None of them are playing it just pure Disdain like this. So just keen to see the differences, I guess, like how the deck runs in terms of that, because discard has all the draw power engine, has a lot of burn off of that as well that you have access to. That obviously the normal Disdain obviously has the burn, but just doesn't have the discard part of it, and losing the Hellflame Dragons as well, which can be used for tempo. So keen to see, I guess, like how that will be mixed up. Also, I guess like the spread of evos, 1 Bellringer, 1 Summoner, 2 Draconeer. I know Draconeer is kind of in and out of some of the lists as well. So yeah, I'm just keen to see Disdain on stream finally as well, because as you mentioned, I haven't seen Dragon at all yet today. So keen to see it played, and I know Chris is waiting in the wings somewhere soon, hoping that it gets to Top Cut when he joins us later.
Yeah, we haven't seen Sword all day too, so I might have picked the wrong top 8 match. Well, hopefully that Sword player makes it to the top 4, and then we can get every class represented. So, anyway, let's jump to the second deck list. So this one is the Haven deck list. Tanjiro, the Demon Lord, is back. Oh, no, he's the Demon Slayer, sorry, not the Demon Lord.
Demon Slayer.
Spoilers. Anyway, yeah, Demon Slayer, Tanjiro is back. So, look, we've seen this deck list already, but the interesting thing is he runs 3 copies of Seraph. So, interestingly enough, like, we didn't touch on this last time, but I did some thinking, over the past few hours. So, one of the things about him running 3 copies of Seraph is actually because before you used to run Prison Priestess, and you ran 3 of that, so you could search the Seraph, right? But because he doesn't run any tutors for it, I feel like he thinks that it's really important to get the Seraph down on turn 6, and that's why he runs 3 copies of it, because he has to hard draw it, as opposed to being able to search it. So that's just an interesting thing. But we'll see whether or not Tanjiro's Haven deck is able to take down the Disdain Dragon deck. I don't actually know how this matchup goes, so I'm very excited to see it. Are we ready to get in the cast?
Yeah, ready to jump straight into it. I am also keen to see it just because of the difference. I feel like it's been 50-50 at my local so far, between both sides. But again, obviously, a lot of my local guys, the ones that have been playing, have the discard engine, so not pure Disdain as mentioned. Because last time we saw Tanjiro round 2, he dropped Seraph on 6 and then lost. So that doesn't happen again to him. Of course, he first mid-range Forest in that match. So it'll be a little different this time around. Of course, that was against everybody's favorite OOC or Lawrence, according to Beamer.
Yes, Lawrence, very good.
So Mr. Lawrence, who obviously took out the Demon Slayer man, maybe being a demon himself. I don't know. Unconfirmed reports say otherwise. But yeah, so just waiting to, I think, do the roll. This guy should be ready to go almost straight away. But yeah, just keen to, as you said, mentioned Beamer, to see how Disdain will do. Not really just against Control Haven, just in general. We haven't seen it all today, as said as well. So hopefully might be the chance to get into the top cut. I'll just skip ahead a little bit. Let's see when they get to the actual die roll. I thought they're just about ready, but apparently not.
We've got 2.5 hours before different fight wakes up with finals, so I think we're okay for time.
Yeah, so looks like it'll be Tanjiro first. There, of course, with the Bellringer. Dragon Oracle used as
But you call
well.
it Tanjiro or Tanjiro? Like, God,
I don't know. Demon
I don't know.
Slayer, whatever
Yeah,
will.
it's...
I don't know. I'm trying my best, man. It's 6 a.m.
Now we just need some guy to like name himself like Michael Jackson or something, and then we'll have
Yeah,
Tanjiro versus MJ or something. Like
yeah,
it's gonna be something like that. Yeah,
Let's go.
let's
Get on with the
go.
battle.
Oh yeah, this card's
Uh,
just broken, dude. Like this like this has to be one of the most broken 3 costs in the game. Like drinking.
Draconeer? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
card's broken.
I know. Yeah. Again, speaking of my locals, because yes, we have to. He's a big fan of Draconeer. Tends to run it. I think in almost every variant of Dragon he's played, since it's come out, just because of how powerful it is with the weapon. Even with the buffs it gives, a +1 buff, of course, and making an arm follower. You do it with, of course, with your disdain followers here because you want to self-damage them, so give an extra 1 health is always better than nothing. Going to combo that with the disdainful rending to clear the bell ringer because you can't obviously hit the repose, but it is going to get an extra draw, which is very important. As it gets to the deck, obviously looking for Galmu as soon as you can. Forte will be nice, but Galmu, of course, to just bypass the aura and just go straight for the leader instead. So yeah, going to start going through that draw power you can. I think Disdain, I don't know between Forest or Disdain which one has the strongest draw power. I think I need a couple more matches of each to really confirm. But both are very, very, very good.
I think it's like dependent on the way you draw the cards, right? Like for instance,
Sure.
like I mean, Forest, obviously the draw power is centered around Harvest Festival, and when you have the Harvest Festival on turn 1, like that draw power is unmatched, right? But as we already saw earlier today, like I don't think any of our Forest players actually managed to draw Harvest Festival and bounce it. I think in Katori, he unfortunately had to hardcast it for the effect, and I think in Lawrence's game of Forest, I think he just ended up killing the guy. To be honest, right? So
straight up tapped it. So
yeah, but I do like Braceland's deck, so it's very consistent. A lot of the Disdain Dragon decks, they don't run Dragon Summoner, but in his list he runs Dragon Summoner, which obviously can search into your other Dragon cards, specifically the Apostle of Disdain, which, as you know, you discard a card and you search for 2 cards, and you can basically put them in your hand. So like they're all kind of like, you know, they're all part of like an engine that build off each other, right? So I do like Disdain Dragon as a concept. It's pretty like, you know, fun deck to play, and it gets better and better into future sets. I mean, eventually it's power crept, but like it's good for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, and the Servant of Disdain is such a good card, isn't it? It's such a good card.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think almost every disc. We're talking about, if we look at like all the Omen cards, right? I'll say all like their followers. Dragon's probably the best, I want to say, overall, where all of them are basically played. They all very like severely impact the decks. I mean, compared to Haven, for example, right? You don't really.
I think Sword has the best one, actually.
Oh, Sword.
Yeah, Sword's got the best ones, I think.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess so, with the milling right and the buffs and everything that
yeah, because they've got the turn 1/2/2, and it gets stronger and stronger, and then you've got the what's that two cost? Do they have one? I mean, they've got obviously the 3 damage throw the Spine Blade, which is really strong.
There's the 3/2 with Storm. That's a 2 cost, isn't it? Where you mill
3 costs.
Oh,
but it's broken. Like that card's like ridiculous. It's the whole reason why everyone's like teching Angelic Snipe. Like you don't want to take 5 damage for free, right? That card's really strong.
Yeah. And of course, being able to steal cards out the grave, really funny. Which of course is why everyone's running Erd as well, right? She's really list having Erd to make sure that, because it goes to EX area first. Of course, it's to try and dodge and steal your own card back.
To be fair, you usually play the card you're stealing at the same time, because Octarus has got that effect where he actually discounts the cards that you play from the EX by 2.
Yeah.
If you have 10 in the opponent's cemetery, right? But like sometimes what people will do is like the first Octarus will be used to set up the EX, and then the second one is where they play both of them at the same time. But anyways, neither here nor there. Hopefully we will get an opportunity to cast a Sword matchup if they win their top 8 match. But yes, Forte, very strong card. Does he have the Evo? Yep, so just 7 damage to the face.
Does, yeah, so Evo point. Also, it's not even with Evo point, he's going to go straight in, 7 in, and going to give Haven a taste of his own medicine with Aura, so that's pretty funny.
Does he have any play points open? Can you see? Like,
I think he has one. That I
Hmm.
believe one might be active, and he already used the Blazing Breath. So,
Hmm.
well, I believe could have another maybe if he's holding on, or maybe that's why he didn't use that Evo point.
Hmm.
But then again, you're going against Control Haven, so I'm not sure what he might use it against just yet. There's Omen Repose again, so you're gonna
Yeah,
go for
makes
that one
sense.
there.
So that's the
Um,
aura, so it can't be targeted by the blazing as well.
Yeah, so gonna be
Yeah.
good for him there. Big heal, of course, after the Forte hit. And also just gonna run it in to the Forte as well, actually. So that Repose is only gonna be on 1 health.
This is
For
actually really
Aura.
annoying. Like, this is very annoying for Dragon, like the
Oh
Dragon
yeah.
side, because like, like it's easy to ping the damage, but like, how are you gonna like
How you gonna
do the
do
AO?
it?
Yeah, because you don't want to use total dominate. Like, you know what I mean? Like total domination to
Yeah.
do 1 damage, so it's like it was pretty bad, right? So
Yeah.
Dragon actually
Yeah.
has some issues of dealing with an 8-1, whereas like there's some other classes where like you don't even care. I mean, say you run Quick Blade or something, and it's like cool.
Yeah. And now the Demon Slayer himself as well, just draws another one. So
True.
and also stuffed up his shuffle there. But that's fine because he's recovered and we're okay. But yeah, so not only that, but now there's another one in hand that Brace has to deal with, or knows he's gonna have to deal with eventually anyway. Which is absolute pain. No, don't worry because he's doing it again. What's that? He's just. Oh, was that the one? Or I think he's just showing. Actually, no, sorry. I was going to say I hope he was going to do it again. But also want to point out no Seraph on 6. So
He didn't have time to play it, right? I mean, like if
yeah.
one guy's dropping like 40 on you, there's no way
To
you
be fair,
like...
we saw him dropping in that forest game though.
Yeah,
So I
we
mean,
did,
I don't
we
know.
did.
Like he seems more than happy to. Maybe learn his lesson. Maybe like maybe not.
Well,
this
maybe he
time.
didn't draw it. Maybe he didn't draw it. Maybe
True.
that's for the best. Maybe it's for the best.
So, of course, as you mentioned, right, because he's at 6, at 3, with the 6 cost, obviously he has to hard draw it, so hopefully better for him. Dragon Summoner, he's got the Galmu now in hand as well, so that's going to be good for him. He's obviously, actually maybe debating still, because again, he's going to worry about, as he almost drops his hand there, going to worry about what's going to be played here. That is a hover to just surefire bullet the Summoner before he's even able to run it in to the Repose. So again, just more annoyance. Servant. Gonna go into the draw now. See what he can find. Again, I don't... Just probably just building the head up at this point is... They're gonna do it again, actually, as well. Of course, for the fanfare, of course, while an overflow, you take the self-ping, and then, of course, the activated effect of the 1 cost to do it again. Once per turn, though. Because we're going to hard cap that. Don't hard cap Tin Soldier, but hard cap that. That's fine. I guess. And to the Bell Ringer. So, yeah, so not going to be able to respond to the Repose. But, I mean, got decent draw out of it, I guess. You know, got Galmi, he's guaranteed in hand. He does have a ward at least, so he isn't going to... Hopefully not going to eat the damage. Of course, could be cleared quite easily by Control Haven.
Just thinking about if he wants to water.
Oh, okay. So there was a skip turn.
Oh, no,
So
no. Oh,
he's
yeah.
yeah.
So
So
why did he even bother warning it then?
yeah, you know what? It's sending a message. I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can see it.
Look what I could do. Turn left, turn right. You know, whatever. But Gabby will come down. That should be evoed 100%. As you see there, the nice little fancy alt art. I know DF is happy somewhere, probably sleeping still, but still happy, nonetheless, to see that. And this is where he started on the crazy burn damage, and this is, of course, why Liriel is in almost every deck as well now, between Egghaven and Disdain, right? So, gonna start getting some big burn damage in, and also deals with the Repose, so they can actually run in some face damage alongside the burn. So, very nice turn out here from Brace, and I mean, this is what you're going to do when you skip turn with the Repose, right, Beamer? The risk of taking a lot of this face damage or burn damage in if your opponent has a way to get over the Repose and also set up their own game plan still.
Yeah, I think it's pretty...
With Egghaven.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tough when like you're using the Marwyn as an 8-8 to train into a 7-3 Forte. Like that doesn't feel optimal, right? And here we see like he actually did manage to kind of clear the board pretty like, you know, cleanly, and then push a number of damage in. So yeah, it is interesting to see. But yeah, I mean,
he's taking him to half health. He's down to 10 health off of that turn as well. So actually took him down to half health through the repose.
It doesn't feel like Braceland has a lot of cards in hand though. Am I misinterpreting it? He seems to only have like 2 cards in hand.
Okay, well, they're actually discussing. No, he's got a little bit more than that, I think.
It looks like a small hand to
not
me.
much. Yeah, it's not much. It's not much. I think
much.
it might be. Was that 1, 2, 3? I think 1. Okay, hold on. We've counted 1. When he flips it again, we'll try and count the rest. I think it might be at 3. I mean, he can ping the 1 to draw again, so he should go to 5 if that's the case. But definitely burn through a lot of his resources. And he's got Barringer as well, right? So you got last words of that, draw next turn. Got a ping as well to draw off the servant and that, so it should be okay. There's the Themis. Gonna drop.
If I were Braceland on the previous turn, like, look, to be fair, I haven't played too much Disdain Dragon, but I do feel like last turn you should prioritize drawing cards instead of like pushing the damage through. So I think like one potential line of play that he could go for. I don't know if this is correct, by the way, but I think he could potentially have pinged off his 7 of Disdain and then manually, because even if it goes to 0 HP, right, you still get the draw. And then basically it goes to the grave, and then you manually evolve the Galmu, and then you bring back the 7 of Disdain, and then you draw again with it, and then you also ping the Galmu, and you still get 3 damage off, but you get more draws this way. And then that way, even if they have the Themises, you actually end up with more cards in hand. So, I mean, that's just kind of my take on like what the previous turn could have been, because I do feel like with the limited resources in hand, you actually may lose a long game against Aegis Haven. Especially because like the Themis, like when it comes down, is so backbreaking. But maybe it's hindsight analysis. Maybe you know, he had like an OTK like setup in place. So I guess we don't know.
I mean, obviously you got the Galbi straight away into him now as well, which is going to get that draw. Going to already ping him down to 8. Evo user, so obviously not going to have like a Forte drop or anything like that unless he somehow pings him up to drop a normal Forte. But there's a couple play points I believe saved on Demon Slayer's side. So gonna go Oracle for the draw. I guess he was also probably okay with the Beamer because like he had the Beringer, right? I feel like the last ones of that, use draw next turn. So I say he will still have like a healthy hand in quotations. Like, obviously it's not as best as what it could have been. But I guess that's just like the toss up between, that's 2 different player mindsets, right? Between Beamer, your mindset, and Brandon's mindset, or obviously like Brace's mindset. So gonna have a lot of burn damage come through. Looking like 2 drops. I believe it's Tanjiro's side. I'm just gonna double quick. Okay, so he's gonna surefire into Angelic Snipe onto the Galmu and just get rid of that instantly. But not being able to maximize that hurts a lot because now there's gonna be a repose drop as well. So we're gonna be able to either that heal up straight away. So all of that he just did with Galmi the previous turn has now just been wasted, right? Because they've been responded to straight away. We've got a Marwyn drop instantly. The health is recovered. There's an 8/8 ward aura back on the board. And it just feels like the whole turn was negated. So maybe in hindsight you're right. Maybe you should have gone for the extra draw because now that's hurt him, I guess, in the long run a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is typically how this type of matchup goes, right? Like, you shouldn't greed for like an extra 2 damage when it means later down the track you lose like 5 or 6 damage, right? It's hard to like evaluate though, especially if you're not like super familiar with like how Control Haven tends to work. So like it's a learning experience, obviously. And to be fair, maybe if you had like Genesis Dragon in hand, which like we don't know his hand, right? Like we have no idea, but maybe he had like a 2-turn lethal start, in which case his play was totally like justifiable. But yeah.
So
but yeah, I mean, look at how hard it is to deal with this Marwyn, dude. This card is an absolute unit.
It is. It's literally just mini Aegis. Like that's all he is. And like it's funny thinking back as Bellringer gets dropped to Marwyn of Digital Shadowverse, right? And something's
Marwyn in Digital Shadowverse is pretty strong as me. Like
but like, is he like this? Would you compare it to like this one? No, I feel like this one's way stronger.
Oh no, right? you know the one where it's ripped, right? Like he.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
What's he called? Like it's not the Repose anymore. It's like Omen of. They changed it. They changed what the Omen is. Yeah, because like all of them came back in like in the revenge form, and so like
and he's like, he's hit the gym,
Do you remember what it's called? It's not Repose. It's something else.
I don't, but I remember the card art.
But like it's literally ripped. Like
it's insane, bro. I don't know.
Some of them like don't change at all, and the other ones are like it's so copium. Like one of them like rule and I like his own of silence, right? And then when he comes back in the revenge form, like he's just like, oh yeah, like instead of like what was it like? I'm so loud that it becomes silent, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yeah, like what?
And the other one is like Ryo, he's like the omen of truth, right? And then like when he comes back, it's the omen of elimination. And I think the law is literally like, oh yeah, well, if I eliminate everything, then only the truth will like I don't know, it's some like troll like I don't know, like the reasoning they're using is just so co-opted. They're like trying to justify to themselves by like why they lost and like why they knew everything is correct. Like, but Marlon got ripped. Marlon got ripped. He's huge, like.
Yeah, and the funny part is we don't care about the law. We're just happy to see the Omens back coming to fight Ultimate Coliseum, like here at Champions. You know, we're just like, yes, we get this battle again. Let's go. Like
that was so really sick. Like that like law as well. Like when you remember how it first came out? And it was like
that trailer was nuts.
Yeah, you remember how it's like the Ultimate Coliseum guys like came back first, and then like they had the powers of the Omens, and then after like a month, I think they dropped another trailer, and the Omens were like, "You thought you beat us?" Like, yeah, you thought you beat us? No, we're fucking that. It's so cool. So like, and like everyone was so hyped. Yeah, like I wonder when they'll do that for Shadow vs. Evolve. Actually,
dude, actually nuts. So cool, but. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, that trailer, oh, man, I'm gonna watch that trailer back now. Probably one of the most hyped. If you guys haven't seen like the Shadowverse digital expansion trailers, please go watch them. I wish Evolve did it. Like, I guess they kind of do, but it's
they
not
kind
the
of
same.
do. Yeah. Oh, you know what I love? Like my favorite trailer in recent history is 100% the Asphalt one. Like that one, like that Asphalt expansion is so awesome. Like as in, like when I saw that, I was like literally like, whoa, like this guy, all of these characters are so cool, and like I was really like into the lore, and I was legitimately disappointed when like the mini expansion didn't elaborate on it, because like that like they released a story and it was like the Academy of Ages, and like that was so Resident Sleeper, but like if they had like literally just done like a prison break and like Rowan and Iris and shit, like I'm sorry, I shouldn't be swearing, but anyway, like. But if they came in and they were like jailbreaking with them, and like you find out like why Cutthroat like killed his brother and like all of that type of stuff, and then like you know what I mean, like there's such a deep story that you could have there, and it would be like inherently a lot more interesting. But wait, the game's over. We missed it. All right, who won there? Oh, let's go back. Let's go back a bit. Let's rewind. We can rewind.
I'm just like, you're just so passionate about it.
No, I love Asphalt. It's my favorite expansion for sure, and like I think that it's. I think it's gonna be like the 15th expansion. I think it'll be like the 3rd anniversary. Like I'm betting it'll be the 3rd anniversary. And like I told myself I'm not like wailing on cereals anymore after like set 5. Like I bought so many cereals, right? But like I said, like, I'm not wailing on Shadowverse for a while. And then like I'm just thinking like, but if they do Asphalt,
if they
do Asphalt, no, at least it's like 2 years away. But if they do Asphalt, the wallet will.
I feel there's definitely some of those expansions with like classic characters and that there's gonna be awesome to see and evolve when we get them.
Barbaros will sell for so much. Barbaros, Sephi, even like the guys like Cutthroat's so cool. Kuzail, dude.
Yeah, Kuzail is awesome, bro.
Yeah,
he's so cool. That's why I'm so annoyed about Glory Finder with Mono and Belphegor. Anyway, we're going on a whole other tangent. I do want to point out. Obviously, because we missed it, so we'll rewind now.
Yeah.
Haven is the one that did win this, which is obviously.
It looks like he couldn't clear the Marwyn, right? Like that's what we were missing. Because he was like tanking this for like minutes. Yeah. Well, he literally couldn't clear it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he couldn't clear it. He's
Guardian Sun come through. You see,
which is 10.
The Dragon player side, he does drop his hand when he does do the draw because he realizes, like. You see that it's aura as well. He's already burnt 2 games. He dropped the Forte, and there you go. That's game there. Because you see the double blazing breath. Actually, I'll pause it.
For
some of his hand.
Oh, you can see it. Yeah.
There's a Serpent's Wrath. He dropped it as well.
The one-off, right?
Maybe like if I can slow play it real slow for you guys, just pause it there so you can see.
Oh, it's all targeted removal, bro.
Yeah. Double Blazing Breath, Serpent's Wrath, there's
Disdain, Rending,
there as well. Like all target based, all cannot hit, and that's what we're talking about. Like again, just how strong aura is this set, it is insane because so many people, so many decks, which rightfully so, this isn't anyone's fault. It's just obviously the state of the game. There's so many people who have relied on destruction target spells to deal with the boss monsters that when we get to like, and obviously like Aegis was a problem for players to deal with, but like basically everyone's in the mindset, oh, when Aegis comes out, it's game anyway. Unless I have like an Israfil, like maybe to bring out or something along those lines, right? But every other boss monster, everything else, you know, just drop 5,000 damage spells, drop an execution, drop whatever, you know. But now with Aura, they can't do that. They need Bane, they need other followers to deal with it, and they just don't. They just don't have it, which is why I think like it's been interesting, even just over the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks since the set's been out. I think it might be a little bit longer. Time is a construct. People have been like getting like the deck lists and making their own decks, and then instantly changing and taking out so many of those spells just to be able to deal with these aura followers. So, yeah. So obviously, and it's a clear example there of what happens. Obviously, this is disdain. You want all those types of spells anyway. You can see drawing into what he had as well. It wouldn't have helped him in that scenario anyway. Unfortunately.
But do you know what our round 7 is? Do you know who our final stream match for the Swiss portion is?
I don't.
All right, so we're going to cut to a break, guys. We'll be back in a couple of minutes once we work out who the round 7 Swiss round is, and then who knows, it might even be Sword. All right, see you soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is now round 7, the final round of Swiss before we get into the top cut. So, fortunately, we do have a unique matchup. So, again, there is Haven, but of the egg variety. But for the first time today, we'll be seeing Dissipation Sword. Let's go! Woohoo! Alrighty, let's get right into it. So, deck list number 1, Dissipation Sword. Whoa, what a big deck list. So, he's running Suzaku leader. Everyone's big Code Geass fan here. Are you a Code Geass fan, Baz? Yeah, very good, very good.
Yeah, I'm a Geass fan. I'm a Geass fan. Yeah.
Have you watched the new one? Have you watched the new one yet? Oh, it's good.
I still need to watch the new movies. I have them.
All right.
I just haven't watched them yet. But
okay, well, we won't spoil anyone here, but I do recommend it. Yeah. Like Rose of the Recapture. Like I watched it yesterday actually. And I was like, damn, it's pretty cool. Okay, anyway, Dissipation Sword, basically this deck. We haven't seen much of it today, but I do think it's a very strong deck. So basically, the concept is you want to mill your opponent's deck, and once you get 10 into the grave, all of your followers are dissipation-based gain like bonus effects. Mainly your 3-cast Disciple, which becomes a 5/2 Storm. And that's like one of the major reasons why everyone's running Angelic Snipe right now, because this 5 damage Storm needs to be acid, right? So, and then for the late game, they also have access to Leonidas, so that's able to basically it basically buffs your entire board forever, and if they don't have execution or something like that, pretty tough time. And he's also teching 2 copies of Erd. Now, Erd is a very strong card. Basically, it can kill the Tin Soldier against Egghaven. Against some people who are running Seraph, by the way, Erd can remove the card from the EX zone. So, very versatile card, good against a lot of matchups. I kind of like this list. What do you think, Baz?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's a very, very strong list, of course. I mean, they just stole Necro Charge, but we'll go past that.
No, in the opposite way. Yeah, right.
Yeah, sure. And obviously, again, looking more towards, because I believe there's only a mix-up between, I'll say, the mid-range package of like your Leonidas, your Alexanders, right, your Alberts, and also some people trying to run Hero with it as well. So I'm happy to see more of the mid-range with it, because obviously we had Hero for a very long time. Do you want to put out the Floral Fencer real quick? Because I feel like Floral Fencer Sword in general for a number of sets now has kind of been one of the contention cards of like obviously early sets, absolutely run 3 of. But over the past few sets, some people have said not worth running anymore, take it out entirely, don't want to look at it. Other people saying they still love it. That tempo it comes out, especially if you're a second player, just to get 3 followers out instantly like that is still very, very good.
Yeah.
So cool to see that the threes there. I'm more on the side. I like seeing that tempo with obviously with Sword. You know, Sword always being a tempo deck, and of course the rally system in Sword, which hopefully we'll get to later on in Evolve. I still love that in Sword. So I'm happy to see it. But overall, very, very strong list. Can you see how it does with the Egghaven, especially with the Erd that you mentioned? Being able to use that to get rid of Tin Soldier and really like a huge portion of that damage is being completely removed off the table is something that Egghaven is really going to have to be careful about when they start stacking up those Fable counters.
And I gotta say, it's a good thing for the Egghaven players open deck list, so they're much less likely to get surprised by it, because you're not usually expecting the Sword player to run Erd, but if it was a closed deck list and you stack the Tin Soldier and you weren't expecting it, you could just go, no! And then just lose the game. So, speaking of Egghaven, we do have EPO5 Egg yet again, so very popular, strong deck. I think today Control Haven was definitely the more popular or successful Haven list of the two, but we have seen this quite a bit. So once again, very aggressive deck, uses a Demon's Epitaph to kind of stack the damage. It looks very similar to the previous deck list we saw. In fact, it looks... Isn't this pretty much Juicy Karage's list? Oh, it's very close.
Yeah, it's not far off. I think it's like the 2 Priest and the Swan as well.
I think it's identical. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, the deck list that he came up with is actually some pretty good optimal ratios, to be honest. So, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, anyway, so we've already covered this deck list, but essentially, Egghaven versus Dissipation Sword. Are we ready to get in the game?
We definitely are ready to get into it. So,
all right,
now to get that one going. So, Sword rolls a 2, Haven rolls a 4, and Egghaven decides not to take the Evo points. It looks like Sword's going to take the Evo points. Now, I know that's normally a very contested discussion, giving Sword Evo points at any time ever. Same with Dragon. But of course, Egghaven is going to have that turn advantage, right, which is going to be very, very good for him. And Jobber to drop first. To start things off, straight into a mill. Of course, he's going to get that buff off of that as well, with card going to the grave. And the actress hit's pretty big, considering, of course, he's going to try and build up that Tin Soldier. So, bit of a decent hit, especially because we know Ed Caven, right, plays with the grave as well, uses that as a resource. But actress is not normally one of the cards that you're bringing back. So, going to be a little bit tough for him. We'll run a 2 into the Fina, and going to get some big tempo in.
Mm-hmm. Just need to catch up. I was just updating the overlay. So, all right, we've got the. This actually feels pretty bad, right? Because as a sword player, you don't want to be behind in tempo, and like you're basically taking an additional 2 damage, which feels terrible. Like, I think ideally in this situation, he probably wanted to hit like Floor Offense or something. Like we were talking about earlier, I think Floor Offense is actually one of the best cards in Sword. Like I would never consider taking it out. I think they still play today. They still they still play it in Japan. I think. Like that card, almost never went out of fashion. I think
it's similar to like Dragon Warrior. I feel in Dragon as well. Where they
at least Draconeer is like a suitable alternative though. Like Draconeer, like clearly is also very strong.
Yeah. But there's always an argument for both. We'll say like as an early card to use, right, from an earlier set. Where Floor Offense is definitely in that same boat. Which again, you just look at this instant Evo, 2 on the board.
Bro, what is this curve? Senpai sold. You are actually okay. This is insane.
Yeah, he's
insane. How can you lose from this position? Like, I feel like you're just too far ahead, right? Oh, I guess you lose if you don't hit Alice or Tea Time or something like that. But
so the tempo is really good. But as you mentioned, right? Yeah, no Alice yet, no Tin Soldier stack, no. Obviously, Humpty Dumpty might be in hand, but doesn't want to use it, especially with the board he has. So yeah, it's.
Well, what's his HP? Can you see his HP? Is it 11?
Yeah, it's 20 to 11 right now. So
okay, so basically 9 already.
Yeah. So if you count the last word, so what's that? 11, like 9, 6, so drops.
And it's taking 4 from the. He's probably taking 4 from the priest as well. So it's like effectively on 5 HP.
Yeah. So honestly, if he plays Humpty Dumpty, is that just game? Like,
no, it's 2 off. Oh, like. Depends on how much they clear, right? Like,
if all 3 live for whatever reason, I don't. They won't, but hypothetically,
that'd be lethal.
Yeah. So it's lethal. So, so hopefully,
I don't think he can clear everything. I think he's lucky to clear 2, and then like the cudgel never dies here. I think.
Yeah.
Unless he goes Erd, but then he has to leave. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty tough division.
Unless he's got Swordsman, which he apparently just does.
Yeah, he does, but is that enough?
Okay. So he's going to tap him. I can't see what he's played there.
It looks like an Usa. Yeah, I can't see what it is either.
I think that's a Fina.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, Fina, Snipe. They'll deal with because that deals with the actress. And
wait, but why did he leave the cudgel up though?
He left cudgel. Take the 2.
Isn't that an extra 1 damage?
Yeah.
I guess he didn't. I guess he felt like
kept his board pressure up. I guess.
Yeah, it's because like the book has Bane, so he's probably thinking like it's harder to remove the book. Like, but I don't know. I think you need to save the HP when you're already at like 5 HP or whatever.
I also don't feel like there's anything in his deck that's like, oh no, Bane target outside of Aurelia. Maybe because like Leonidas, do you want like for the amulet, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the other we'll say like board building stuff, like. You basically you build it up, they die, you build it up again, right? So it's not really like you're too fast. That's Pinion into Tin Soldier. That's already 4 damage. So if he can't deal with the board, that's already game on Senpai Salt side. Off of burn damage alone. This is a real quick one. To be fair, he's gonna actually evolve Pinion for the Assail, so you can run that into the Fina or to the Swordsman. Yeah, he's checking his hand about 600 times, as you do when you play physical. Gonna run to the Fina. Yeah, probably not gonna care about the Swordsman because obviously both are gonna be turned anyway. There's the Aurelia, and it's on the 3, so that's actually
so it's got the aura. Yeah, that's nice. The only problem is that he's taken so much damage already.
Yeah,
Soldier's
on. So if he draws actress. Wait, hair brings actress back, right? So 3 brings actress back, taps up. Is that?
It should be lethal, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be lethal if he's got the.
If he didn't have Erd, which he doesn't, then yeah, it's pretty much just
7. Oh, I think he's 1 play point off. I think he's 1 play point off being able to do the actress, the hair combo. Because you need 7 for that, because it's like 3. Because it's 3 on the amulet. He's gonna. At least he just drew 1.
The amulet only costs 2 play points to recover.
Oh, is it 2? I thought it was 3.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, you drew one
Beautiful.
anyway. It doesn't matter.
Ah, okay.
Just draw
Yeah.
it. Just draw
I
it
don't know. I think
anyway.
like the early game just went too poorly for BKM, unfortunately. Like this is just the
Yeah,
nature
yeah,
of like this matchup. Like I
yeah,
think it's
yeah,
definitely Egghaven favored, especially if you draw
yeah,
Epitaph. Like
yeah,
unfortunately, like Epitaph is like just a perfect counter against cards like Floral Pencil. Like it's not a
yeah.
pure counter, but yeah, I mean it's just not a great matchup. This Patience Sword. I'm not really surprised. It does
Yeah,
suck for BKM because I think that was actually like the if he won this round he would make top 8.
yeah,
I think it's just whoever wins this round made top 8, so it's just unfortunate. We did still see another Usurpation Sword make it to the top 8, so that's good. But that is not what we're streaming next round. We've got a very spicy deck for the top 8 match, so you guys aren't going to want to miss that because it's the first time we've seen that deck today. We've seen the class, we haven't seen the deck, so you definitely do not want to miss the top 8 match, which will be coming up shortly. But what did you think of this match, Bounce?
yeah. I mean, same. Like again, it's just the aggro. I get which comes up saying this about a sword deck, right? But the aggro on Haven's side. What world are we living in? It's too much of a sword to handle. It goes to show again just how strong Demon's Epitaph is and the reason it's been every single Egg Haven list. I don't care how many you run, you need to run it. It's too good not to run with the Evo. Easy discard, evolve. It's a 3/4 with Bane. You do 2 damage to leader, of course. And you can easily chuck like an explosion, a Humpty Dumpty, a Tin Soldier, whatever, into grave. There's a lot of cards you can chuck there that are very easy to get back. That is essentially just putting that resource in an easier spot to get out anyway. Because most of those cards you just want to put into the EX area, not the main board straight away anyway. So very, very good. Very difficult to play around. Of course, Priest of the Cudgel, an example of that as well, just being very strong as the relays ended. For the current Big Red 5 decks to use if you want to use the Cudgel, of course. But yeah, just honestly, just a standard Egg Haven, perfectly played. There's nothing that when we see it played out like that, there's not really anything any other deck can do. I feel without just a perfect curve like that. Yeah, it's just unfortunate for the sword play because again, it's funny. He had again. You mentioned there's a Floral Fencer was great. Swordsman was a great reaction, and the Fina as well responded to the board almost every turn perfectly. But the damage was already done, and that was it.
It's just the best curve that Egghaven has. It's always just better than the best curve that Sword has. It's just unfortunate, but
Yeah,
yeah, it is what it is. But BKM admirably fought. Came
yeah.
very close to the finish line. But we do have our top 8 decided, so we will go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the first top 8 match of the day. You're not going to want to miss it. It's a banger of a match. So see you soon. Alrighty, welcome back everybody for the first and only top 8 match actually. We're not doing the other top 8 matches, but we picked a banger for the first top 8 match. So we have not seen this deck at all day today, and this deck went 7-0 in Swiss. So maybe it was a secretly broken deck this whole time into this field of Egghaven, this field of Control Haven. So much Control Haven, yeah. God, this meta is a little resident sleepers. Alrighty. Yeah. But it is time to reveal the 7-0 Swiss deck. Ramp Dragon. Okay, so this is courtesy of Prussia. I think he must be one of the only players to have brought Ramp Dragon. And maybe I was wrong because I put this deck as tier 3, but actually maybe it's secretly OP. I don't know. Let's see.
He's a liar, bro. He's a liar.
I've been keeping it under wraps since he revealed it to the... Nah. So let's have a look. Okay, so it's running... let's see. Bellringer, Dragon's Nest, Dragon Oracle. Always a good choice. It's running 3 copies of Lyriel. It's running the brand package. 3 PTP, by the way. So PTP is a very interesting one. If you have Lyriel on the board and you play PTP, you get to draw 3 cards without paying 3 life, which is always nice. 2 copies of Bird, obviously to clear the Tin Soldier and like other threats. 2 Conflagration for your decks that go wide. 3 Israfil, always strong card, heals for a lot, does AoE damage. 2 Bahamut, which is obviously good against Marwyn, for instance. Yeah, good against everything, yeah. Also clears wards. Yeah, I think it's the only thing it doesn't clear is Aegis, and even then, I think when the Aegis protection effect is gone, like yeah, I mean, still decent. It can't be destroyed, but you can battle it, so that's okay. And then just a Genesis Dragon to finish it off. I mean, what do you think about this deck?
I mean, I love Overflow Dragon. I was saying to you, obviously, before we got in, like, I was playing, besides the Lyriel, obviously, because I haven't played this set, and P2P, I played a similar set for a while last set. So much fun. I feel like probably everyone that's played SVE's probably looked at or has definitely played Overflow at some point. It's been strong, I feel like, almost every set. Apparently, it's still good now if it's gone 7-0, sorry. And again, you talk about, again, some of these key fellows again. We're seeing the Erd there again. Like, Israfil is still insane. The Lyriel tech, like we mentioned as well, with the set to deal with Egghaven and Disdain and etc. Like, all the key important stuff that's needed to deal with, like, okay, you need this generic card for this deck, you need this generic card for that deck. It's looking like it fits into this perfectly while still doing the exact same tried and true, like, set 2 almost plays all year, right?
Which I mean, it looks like the only new card is just Lyriel, right? Everything else is from the previous set.
Yeah,
literally Lyriel, yeah.
Yeah. So, which is really, really cool. And I guess what I mentioned, again, just being able to just, okay, could you chuck that in? Still fits perfectly, doesn't interrupt the flow of the deck at all. Fantastic. Obviously, you can also do those 2 quick pings as well, which if Overflow Dragon does not need at all, but just has it anyway. Just for that little bit of extra damage is really funny. Do you want to quickly point out the Shenlong as well? You know, the only boy that's still limited to 1.
I have a really funny joke about this. Like, I think it's funny. You know how, like, in Japan, when they ban or restrict cards now, they say they are in the Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame, yeah.
The Hall of Fame. Instead of, like, saying they got banned or restricted, it's like, it's the Hall of Fame. And I was just thinking, like, you know, Shenlong is in the Hall of Fame, and so is Manlong in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if you read about it, but Manlong's like the cheater in Cardfight Vanguard. So, he got banned for 2 years, so you could say he got put in the Hall of Fame as well.
The Hall of
XD.
Fame.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame. All right.
Yikes.
To this deck list, so many cards, all of differing rarities. Come on, bro. But yeah, basically, looks like a pretty standard Haven list. Again, he's running the 3 Apostles, so we're seeing a bit more of this.
It's literally standard, except for the okay. White Wing, like Aether, I guess, might be considered not standard after 1 expansion. That's up to you guys to decide. And obviously, well, it's the 3rd time seeing Black Inscription now. I honestly thought it wasn't common. Apparently, it is. Outside of, I guess, my general Shadowverse area. But yeah, basically, all the main stuff is here. Your Guardian Sons, obviously Aegis and Omen. We don't have to talk about that. The Search for it with Saviors, your Sacred Pleas, your Themis Decrees, your Acolyte Slight. Do you want to point out this one only runs 2 Themis Decree though? which is interesting.
Yeah,
Most
I
decks
guess.
run 3. So that's
Yeah.
something to point out. Maybe that again, I don't. It won't be an issue. But when 42 cards run out of 50,
Hmm.
maybe just run the third anyway. I don't know. That's kind of just how I feel about it. If you're running over 40 anyway, but it's worked out for him. He's here in the top 8, so we'll have to see how it does.
Yeah, I'm guessing he probably ran into a lot of situations where he was drawing multiple copies of Themis, and like, you know those games where you're just holding onto Themises and they don't really do anything. So like, I can kind of see it from that perspective. I mean, obviously,
Sure,
these guys have
I guess.
playtested their lists. They know what ratios are good for them.
Exactly. Yeah.
And like, they're probably also based of their individual matters. So this is a global tournament, right? So there's a little bit of like local influence when it comes to the lists that everyone's brought. But look, how about we get into the match and see how this unfolded?
That sounds good. So underway, let's go. It's Haven on the left, Driver on the left, and of course Ramp Dragon here on the right. Just mid shuffle. Of course, we get things underway. Top 8 Beamer already. I know
I'm actually getting a headache.
I'm starting to die. Things out. Like
I'm starting to die, dude. I'm starting to die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's what 7:20.
Yeah, I've been up for like
6:50
24 hours or something. I don't know. It's still a long time.
Like, guys, this has all been Australian run, just about. It's been a long day. I'm pretty sure most of the admins are asleep now or just basically carked it, which fair enough, to be honest.
We have literally one non-Australian person on staff. Like, it's literally like one admin, so he's like carrying it now, I think.
So big thanks to the admins that helped, of course. If anyone else has joined us for the graveyard shift, by the way, thank you for being with us this entire time. If you're watching this as the VOD later, you're welcome. Staying up this late and putting this awesome show. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys supported as well, of course. Beamer and the gang trying to put on awesome stuff for you guys in between, of course, the major BCS seasons and any sort of other third-party stuff happening to fill in the void and hopefully in future get us some more other cool remote play events. Haven rolled a 4, Dragon rolled a 1, so Haven gets, of course, to decide on the Evo points. Looking like it might be going to Dragon. I really hope that's not the case for the Haven player, because he's given it to the Dragon player. That is what we in the casting business call interesting, when someone makes a interesting move, and that's what that is. It's interesting.
My brain is actually lagging. Like, you know how long it took me to write like Prussia Ramp Dragon and like CG Gabriel like drawing it? Like, I was actually like, my brain was like,
we're gonna couple left. We're gonna couple left. Chris is here. Yeah, it's
okay. So we got this game, and then we got top 4, and then we got Chris coming on a different fight. Very thankful. He's not here as an official ambassador capacity. He's just volunteering his time. So very appreciative. Yeah, big thank you, Chris. We'll give him a proper thank you if we're still alive at that time.
I mean, I will be. I don't know about yourself. I mean, at this point, this is just standard hours for Shadowverse Open West. Check that out if you want to see me do more Shadowverse casts, by the way. For me, anyway, at this point. So, I'm used to it at this point. You get like a year of it. It's like, yep, that's my life now. I
work a 9 to 5 job. I work a 9 to 5, man. This is actually
I was gonna say you're normal human being hours. I'm not. Like, I feel real bad for you right now. Omen out
already.
So that's interesting.
That's a very nice opener, like from C Gabriel.
Oh yeah, so easy extra health, which he's gonna need anyway. 8 there. The funny part is, of course, is that Ramp Dragon has so many big followers to deal with it. Just not yet. He's got 4 play points.
Does Prussia run shapeshifting range?
No.
I don't think he has any easy answers to this.
Honestly, probably where the Lyriel came in, because obviously, like, although at that regard, I'm wondering why he won Surefire instead of Shapeshifter, because you think like it kind of feels the same role, especially with Haven running around. I don't know. Again, comfort stuff, I guess. Maybe he doesn't have it. I mean, I've only got one Evolved Shapeshifting Mage. Can't seem to find any more anyway. I don't know why. So also could
that thing is impossible to find. Like I remember it took me like an hour to find like a playset, and I was like, "Is this card in gold?" Yeah, it took.
Bro, dude, it's taken me like months, and I've still not found any. Like,
Like,
we need an hour. Yeah, it
okay,
takes
look,
ages, man. It's taking me an hour.
in my
Like,
defense,
what?
I organized my collection, like in my defense. So like, so I don't
No,
have
I
to deal with
mean
this stuff.
shopping online for
Oh,
cards, bro.
really? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
hard.
it's. I just haven't found any. Maybe they're available now. I don't know. But when I needed them, they weren't. So big Sag. Speaking of big Sag, Forte being played.
Does he have to play that
Probably
to
to deal with
crashing?
this.
This is tragic.
Unless
Oh
he
no, surely not. Yeah.
yeah, he did. He did. There was an argument. Hear me out. If he had to play points, he's got the Evo points. Play Forte, evolve Forte, leave it because it's got aura, right?
Yeah, but
So
how
you
does he
could.
clear? How does he clear the mount?
I mean, he's not. By the looks of it, okay, he's running. He has to run an Urn and a Forte. I mean, when I saw that Forte, I honestly just assumed he wasn't clearing it. So that was my thought process then.
No, I knew he was going to clear it, but it just was terrible
Yeah.
to like do that. That's where the shapeshifting mage should have felt really good. Oh, Sarah! Oh,
yeah, easy Seraph.
No.
Right?
Okay,
So,
I think Prussia's in trouble. Prussia's in trouble. Like that's like the
Yeah.
one card. That is like literally the one card you do not want to see, like in this situation. Because
yeah,
like
and
usually
no
your counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually like your counterplay here is like you would immediately drop Forte after they drop Seraph, and you would basically pressure them that way so that they can't reach it. But because he used his Forte to clear the Marwin, Prussia no longer has any possible way of dealing 20 damage to the enemy leader before the Seraph will proc. Which means that Gabriel is going to get the 2 searches, and I think it's pretty much lights out, to be perfectly honest.
It could be, but again, the big followers later on, he's got Israfil, right? He's got 3 Israfil, 2 evolved, 2 Bahamut, 2 evolved. So it's a 0 cost to Evo, by the way, if you guys didn't know.
Yeah.
And you don't want to burn the Genesis on it, but it is an option. So I feel like if there's any deck where like Seraph might not be an instant game win, it could be Overflow.
Yeah, I could see it. Because he's going to go double. He's going to go double Aegis for sure. Like, he's going to go double Aegis. And then, like, I don't know if Ram Dragon can clear it. Like, they have to take the 8 and 10 damage.
Yeah. You have to play around the timing of the Aegis. Obviously, when they come out, I obviously hope you have Israel in hand for a start. And the other wards and other nonsense, of course, that comes out from Control Haven. But it is possible. It's not a positive win ratio at that point. You know what I mean? It's nowhere. It's not, but it's still like infinitely better than 90% of decks. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's
So
not,
I think
it's not an instant GG. It's not an instant /FF. You know, we can still.
It's not instant,
maybe,
but
yeah.
I think the issue here is it's gonna get 2 Aegis. It's gonna leave them both standing, evolve one of them, and then on either the turn they play the Aegis for 0 or the turn after, they use the Themis' Decree. That way you can't stack in order to clear both. And so if you only have 10 play points and you have to clear like the Aegis, you can only clear 1 at a time, which means that they're going to swing for 20 and then you can only clear 1 and then they swing for another 10. And that's 30 damage. So unless you can heal above 30, you're in big trouble.
Well, he's not far off. He's at 27. So he's...
That's true. He's still win condition.
I mean, yeah. Shenlong obviously was used, got banished unfortunately, but into a Dragon's Nest. Very, very nice. Would love to see Dragon's Nest still be such an awesome amulet in Evolve, by the way. Big fan of Dragon's Nest.
I think it's way better in Evolve than it is in digital. It's way better. Yeah,
I just used to love using it in digital. I just used to love having it. I love the animated artwork. I don't know. I just think it's cool for what it is. And then just having it sitting there just to go off when you hit Overflow. Obviously, it's better now. There's the P2P. So he's actually going to take 3. To draw 3. I mean, the benefit is here, where if he does take some of that damage, that's going to be 6 AoE, which will help, because obviously with Israel, that's 5, that clears an Aegis, can clear an Aegis, and obviously clears all Omens.
That's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point. He could potentially set up double PTP, and then that would actually clear the Aegis, like the one that's not evolved, to be fair.
Yeah,
but...
so... Okay, that's what I mean. Like, the setup is there, the cards are there. Obviously, he just has to, 1, have them, which is the going joke with all decks. But to just make sure he sets them up or has them ready to deal with the Seraph. He knows it's coming, right? We talked about the 10 heal's going to be there. The cards are going to be like, it's going to be a turn away after this turn. So just make sure you're prepared for it the best you can, and obviously one of these decks can do. Because if not, and you see these bell ringers, you probably just hand over deck whatever, surrender, go next. Even though it's top 8, so maybe not on top 8, but if it was any other round matchup, locals or whatever, you'd probably be like, oh, okay, that's game. Like, we could play it out, but is there, like, there's probably not much of a reason to, right? So, gonna go to 3. Yeah, and he obviously tossed the Serpent's Wrath and that from having hand size limit, which is interesting. Obviously with the P2P and the Shenlong earlier. And now you can see he's going through his options of, okay, there's 2 Bell Ringers. Seraph is set up next, but how do I drop a P2P? Do I have a P2P to drop? When do I drop Israfil? I've got 3, but only 2 Evo. Bahamut's a thing, but obviously you can't blow that up, I believe. Yeah, it can't be destroyed, so Bahamut just can't hit it at all. Remember how we have like cards that banish amulets? Good times. Shame we don't have that.
Do those exist in Evolve? I don't think so, right?
They don't exist. We don't have.
And I think they took
Spite or anything like that. So
I think they literally took into like the last year of Digital Shadowverse to like actually have cards that banish amulets. I think. Like I think they like deliberately made it like pretty much impossible to do.
Yeah. Well, didn't Angelic Smite banish amulets, which was
it was like so for people that haven't played Digital Shadowverse, like the original Lishen and the digital, like you could like you could get the white and the black, and they would do like 10 AoE damage. But like the only way you could clear it is if you had like this card called Angelic Smite, which was notoriously one of the only cards that could banish amulets in the entire game.
Yeah, and you get a free draw out of it as well, which is also
both of you draw a card. To be fair,
yes, true.
Yeah.
Hey, but yeah, we'll take it. You know,
we'll take
give your opponent a draw or take 10 damage to face. I don't know. I think I know what I'd rather do. But do want to point out, really unfortunate here, probably a misplay. At least when you probably watch back on it, he's gone for the Bahamut and the Bahamut Evo that's actually destroyed his own P2P in the process. So now he actually doesn't have that to sit on. Which
I think it's okay though. I mean, I think it was unlikely for him to get the double PTP like in the first place. Maybe.
Sure. It's not even.
But I guess he needed
even the one with an Israfil, you know, because that could have done something as well.
Oh no, I don't think you can do that because Israfil heals you for 4 on the turn you play it. So, and I think it's not optional. So I think he would have to be on like 1 HP in order to not.
PTP's end of
2 HP, sorry. Yeah, 2 HP. I think. Yeah,
sure. So yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, like it could come up, but I think it's probably better if you just get the Baha like either.
Sure. I feel like using it though on 2 Bellringers, which is essentially what it was used for, because you could have just not evolved it as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it could come up. I mean, because like you can use it to burn the Guardian Sun as well. So like you could save it for like an actual like meaningful stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it got banished and dealt with anyway. He does have another Bahamut. He runs 2 and 2 evolved. So he's not out of Bahamut yet.
He has a second Erd. Let's go.
So
all right, nice. Actually winnable now. Very good. So I thought he was in trouble because he used one. Like, you know, when he cleared the...
we had to use it for the clear onto the repose with Forte. Yep. But he finds a way. Pressure finds a way. He has 2 Erds, 2 evolves. There you go. That's both. But it's going to buy him time, and he's not dead now. Hooray. So, by the way, Haven's at 35. Just putting that out there real quick. Just love that. First Civil Water Worm, it's not Cullen, so he's going to have a nerf already. He only heals half the amount now because it's not Cullen. I think that's actually...
I don't think that's how it works, right?
You can look that up. That's actually official. I'm kidding. But obviously going to get 2 heal there, which is huge for him. And also he does get the buff stat, which is good. Gonna blow up the Erd with, I believe it's Craving Splendor just use there. It's gonna heal off that, and we'll bring up the Bellringer again off of the Erd, and we'll bring up, I believe it was the Aegis, right? That's just a giant beam of light, which is kind of ironic that it's Aegis doing that.
It's sort of like thematically accurate, I would say.
It's true. It's the Zoltar when he's just so powerful.
And also, like in the digital game, it's like shining as well. Like it's got the Aegis effect. Yeah.
True. I will say though, like I don't know, this is like real OG Shadowverse. Do you remember the Altar deck beamer that you could get like 7 years ago? And you got his Altar where like his sword is like animated and it pulses. It's cool. I don't know if you've seen that.
I started Chronogenesis.
Really cool. I've played Chronogenesis. Okay, this is this is literally like Darkness Evolved. This is like, or whatever it was, like around that. Like it was like, it's like well back where you could buy like Queen Vampire, Cerberus, like these starter decks where you had like the alt arts that were animated and like a play set that were really cool, and you get these cool sleeves with them, which they just stopped doing for some reason. I don't know why. It's the most upsetting thing ever because I was trying to get all of them until they stopped them, and I just didn't bother anymore. But that artwork is really cool. Speaking of the flashbang, Beringer evolved because why not?
That glare is actually a little bit tilty. Like, it's actually a bit tilty, even though some is Aegis.
Trust me, it's not a goblin; it's an Aegis, bro. Trust me, he's gonna have to trust me,
bro.
It is a little bit. So he's gonna count what he has here. I think he's counting graveyard or just showing graveyard. Check there. I'm not too sure what he's looking for. Maybe the banishes that we used because he does have a fair few play points. What is that, like 8 play points still available on Haven's side? So yeah, it's gonna be rough for him to try and set things up here. I'm just gonna Serpent's Wrath. That's Conflag. That's Conflag. Yeah, sorry, the Beringer. It is gonna hit the Aegis as well.
Yeah. So if Aegis isn't evolved, it takes damage.
Yeah, it takes damage. Yeah. So it's gonna be the Forte Evo. So finally getting some damage in on Prussia's side, which is huge with the aura, and of course also Aegis Evolve will deal with it, but then it stops him taking the leader damage, right?
I don't think it's evolving Aegis to attack into it. I think it's going to hit face to 10, and then he's going to use like Damage Sword, something like that. Probably. Yeah. I'm assuming.
Yeah. Those are the options, right? It's either he evolves the Aegis, runs at face, or evolves to deal with the Forte. Either or. I feel like Prussia's still okay.
Yeah, he's okay. Okay, so if he draws Demisio, it's like really bad for Prussia. Because the issue here is like, because he didn't evolve it originally, what's going to happen here is he gets 20 damage. He gets 20 damage in if he evolves here, if he's able to clear the Forte. So we'll just see if he topped into an answer to the Forte without having to use the Aegis.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's got a Themis in the middle of his hand. I might be wrong. The colors on that card in the middle, when he briefly showed it at the camera, look like Themis, but I might be wrong.
So you discard Themis's Purge. No, okay. It doesn't work.
Oh, yeah. Then it destroys the follower. Yeah. Glory Finder. Fantastic. I mean,
I'm a little disappointed about the no foil in the Glory Finder. I mean, like, I'll still buy it, and like, I'm sure it'll be fun, but I don't know. It feels like cost cutting for no reason. I gotta be real. Like, I mean, the set's already like the set is cool. Like, just give us the foil mono leader or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, please. And also, there's so many cool cards that we could have had between the normal game that now only in Glory Finder, and I'm just like, why? Like, why would you put the Belphomet sisters?
Well, look, if they do like a tournament pack for Glory Finder, like, and they have like all of these like Glory Finder exclusive custom tournament packs, like how they do it for like the current tournament pack system, right? I'll be okay with it. But if they do like one promo, like per season, it's gonna be like, why?
Yeah. 3 discard for the Evo on Aegis. Use it on the already damaged one to protect it. Of course, getting the other one out, 3 Aether, and this is basically going to be game, most likely here. Obviously having the Aether Ward, 1 Aegis.
Oh, the Haven player has like 10 trillion HP, right? So the Forte, even if it hits face, doesn't matter.
So even that, and what? So what's that? 7? Even if he got a Genesis, wouldn't matter. It's 29 health on Haven's side.
Really good setup from Sir Gabriel. Like really good setup. Like the fact that he knew the line, right? Which was you play the Aegis as an 8/8, you leave it on the board. And like you basically assume your opponent doesn't have 8 AoE damage, which is a fairly good like understanding of the deck, right? And then after that, no matter what your opponent does, you Evo it for 10 damage to any face, and then you slam down your other Aegis, and you know that you have enough HP that there's no way he can 2-turn lethal you. So like, very intelligent play. Like if you planned it all out, very intelligent play. You have to say.
And I'm just wondering on Prussia's side, like,
I think he topped it, by the way. I think he topped it because like I did say that, but I'm pretty sure he topped it because otherwise he would have played the Ether first, right? Because because otherwise you run the risk of accidentally drawing into your Aegis in the deck, and you can't shoot at Aegis, so he must have topped it. So he didn't plan it out, but still, I mean, we'll give him props to those props.
Yeah. He planned it out, guys. It's okay. We edited it. He planned it out. Don't worry about it.
He manifested it into reality.
Yeah. On pressure side, I feel like it's his refill. That's really the only thing he can use here to help him again get health back. Yada yada. Bahamut obviously won't help him here. I don't think. And then everything again, Shadow's already used. Waterworm is good for healing, but Israfil would be better. Again, like Lyriel does nothing, Surefire does nothing, etc. So he's used both his Urds, so that it wouldn't matter.
I don't know what else he has. Like he has to clear the non-evolved Aegis. I don't think it's possible.
The best way to recover health-wise, at least, would be Dragon's Nest Israfil.
Oh, what if he goes triple Dragon's Nest and then like I don't know, it's too copium. It's too good.
He's used one Dragon's Nest already, so we saw him use that earlier. So unfortunately, it won't be triple. But yeah.
Yeah, I think C. Gabriel played this pretty well. Like he played to his outs and he hit them, and then
yeah.
And like it's unfortunate. Like I feel.
Yeah, if he can survive somehow through the healing and maybe taking out. Yeah, because the Aegis that's not engaged can be damaged, correct? Or am I?
So the 8/8 one can be damaged because that's it's the evolve effect that makes it invulnerable for them.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering. Well, there's no way here. Okay, yeah, so there's Israfil. Let's expect it. Takes us back to 20. So that will deal with.
Wait, he's on 20 exactly. Oh, so
he's on 20 exactly. Oh, so yeah, so he deals with that. Hits the Aegis.
Unless he has Bellringer, maybe is it Dragon's Nest?
No way, Bellringer. Let's go.
The last hope. The last hope.
Thanks to the
surely he doesn't have removal.
Draw. I mean, he just plays. At this point, you literally just drop Themis, right? Like
anything. Literally anything.
So Evo is the Aegis. Just for you guys at home, it's just keep it count. Like Black Inscripture, Themis. There you go. Themis.
Angelic Star. Like I don't know. He probably has like 20 outs. Like it is there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna be.
I think it's like physically impossible from not having. Yeah, it's like literally his entire hand's all lethal.
Yeah. You got Craving Splendor, Themis Decree, Jean, and that'll be that. But that was a fantastic match either way. Still got him down. Was that 35-22? It's still pretty good considering the board state. And we saw in turn 4. So turn 4-5, where we had to see a Forte and an Erd evolved to deal with a Repose. I'd say pretty good game from Prussia all around. You know, considering what he had to deal with there. Just unfortunate he wasn't able to find a little bit more healing or a little bit of a way to survive at the end, because he might have even been able to turn it around.
But it's really unfortunate for Prussia that he fell to the 7-0 curse. Like, I mean, like, shout out to him. Like, he did very well today to go 7-0 with a rogue deck. Let's be real. I mean, Ram Dragon's not on anyone's radar. And like he must have versed all of the top tier meta decks, and he was obviously able to beat each and every one of them until he faced down against the Seraph and the Aegis combo. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I think maybe it's underneath everyone's radar. They should maybe try out the Ram Dragon deck. Maybe it's good.
Yeah, and we know it's always been good, right? So and it wasn't not played now because it's gotten bad by any means, right? So it's still very, very good. Again, you look at the healing potential is insane. The instant just 1-2 punch damage that Overload Dragon always brings is something you need to watch out for. And when he's taking even like the P2Ps, he's got Delirio, like we mentioned earlier. He's got the Urd, some of these cards that help deal with current meta stuff. Overflow might be one of these decks where, I know we were joking before, I brought it up with Beamer a couple of hours ago on the stream now, about Dirt Rune back in set 3. Where like you have some of these decks that maybe might not appear on a tier list, but you bring it to a locals, you bring it to an event, and it can sweep because your opponents do not expect it, they have no experience against it, and that also is able to run with and deal with like the top tier meta threats. Of course, it can depend on like your local shop, right, or whatever local tournament you're in, or remote plays that you play in regularly. but it could be one of those decks where it's still really, really good, and just because everyone wants to make Galmu right in disdain, which fair enough, and
Mhm.
still how good that is, and the discard package as well, right, still being really, really good. That
Mhm.
maybe Ovo Dragon, it's not that it's bad, it just gets overlooked for like the shiny new
Yes, yeah.
toys, you know.
Because there's so
So
many options, right? Like this game it can fit into 3 different decks. Like, and you just want to play with Galmi because she's waifu. But
yeah,
I
yeah,
definitely agree with you in terms of like there's a lot of underlooked decks. Like I myself, people that know me, I almost brought like the really troll dragon deck. So like this is like story time before we go to top four. So
yeah,
I nearly brought to Worlds last year. Um, Hyper Ramp Dragon into the 10 cost Uma spell, and I ran 3 copies of Hishi Akebono, three
yeah,
copies of the 6 drop that heals for 5. And like the idea of that deck was basically ramp to 10 and then heal for 15 on turn 10. And then like your opponent can't clear it and then you win the game from there. And the deck was actually pretty good. Like I tested it a bunch. It actually had some pretty favorable matchups across the board. I think its
yeah.
only bad matchup was actually Sword. And I opted not to bring it in the end, which like actually worked out because my first 2 rounds were against Sword. So I was like, if I had brought this deck, I would just lose anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like I think like there's a lot of decks that are overlooked to be honest, and like you don't want to be that one guy who's like trolling their worlds run away. Like you just don't have the confidence to do that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
the people who are willing to take those risks are sometimes rewarded. So
exactly right. And again, we'll have to get see now because we've had this tournament. I know you'll obviously cover it on the Master. Maybe we might see some more Overflow Dragons appear in your local shop area or just around, because obviously we have the meta that we take from Japan, right? Obviously, they've already had all these sets, and we take all the info from them. But then it's up to us to build off of that, right? With because then we get, maybe they figured something out at the end that we get to play with at the start and build on from then. We get maybe more time to work with what they have, compare it to some older stuff like this dragon, like Dirt Rune or whatever else,
mhm.
and see if any of that fits. You know, we kind of had that time, which is cool. So, yeah, again, big guys to Prussia. Obviously, keen to see how Beacon will do. Not so Beacon, sorry, Blanco will do uh, on the Control Haven.
Mhm.
Um, and obviously, again, it's Control Haven. Yeah, hip hip hooray, right? If you want to be kind of like that for top 4, but we expect it to be here and just see who else will join him. And if it is just a battle of Control Havens, just seeing
No, no,
who
no.
can
So
pile in the
we're
best
about to
linear
come
right?
back.
So,
We are about to come back with the top 4 match. So it
yeah.
will actually be mid-range Forest in the top 4 match. So
Okay.
we will be back in just a few 5 minutes maybe. So stay tuned, and that'll be the top 4 match. And then after that, there'll be a break, a long break, and then Different Fight will join us for the final cast. So you're not gonna want to miss that. But yeah, we'll be right back after this short break. good. Alrighty, everyone, we are back. Oh, we are back. We are dying. We are dying. Top 4 match. Final match before we get a different fight to come on. It's now 8 a.m. Australian time.
Savior.
Yeah, so the tournament started at 12 a.m.
Yeah.
So we've done the full 8 hours. Oh, God. Alright, anyway. Look, don't let that distract you from the fact that we are on to our top 4 match. So we have some familiar faces and some new ones. So we've got OOC. So he was in the previous feature match. So he is here with the mid-range forest. So we already went through this previously, but it's obviously done quite a bunch of work for him. He is running the 2 Homecoming, running the Spinaria from the new set, running Starry Elf just to increase his odds of hitting the Harvest Festival, which some people have had issues with hitting on stream. So not Lawrence. So yeah, mid-range forest. Obviously a very strong tier 1 deck.
Beamer's best friend or whatever. I forgot about that.
Whoa! Well, Lawrence is a good player. He's a well-respected player in the scene. Well-respected player and whale. Yeah.
Yeah, and whale. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And whale. All right. And then we've got Burn Boy. So this is the first time we have seen Burn Boy on the stream today. So he is running Egg Haven. Egg Haven, of course, the other very strong Haven list. So it's been a toss-up between Egg Haven and also, of course, Control Haven. Oh man. Alright, let's get into it. So this one, he is running the 2 copies of Goblin. He's opted to run 3 copies of Angelic Snipe, with one of them being the alternate art for whatever reason. Apart from that, he's running 2 copies of the Odette. I think this is the first time we've seen people run 2 today. Is that right?
Yeah, we've only had people run 1 today at all. Also no Lirio, want to point out as well. In this lineup, but is running the 3 Fina. Also,
no Cudgel.
Yeah, no Cudgel either. And I'm talking about the Evolve deck next. Speaking of, 2 Pinion Prince, 2 Demon's Epitaph, of course, the 3 Alice Humpty Dumpty. That's expected. But the 2 Pinion Prince is interesting. I feel like a lot of players only run 1 now because you normally have you normally have 3 Evolve, Epitaph. You will even have like Manu, for example. Is normally run on a lot of these aggro decks now. You normally have an Evo for her. So having like 2 on the Prince is very interesting. It's again a different variation of Egg Haven that we've seen today. I think we've seen 3 other lists today. 3 other lists today. And they've all been basically different from each other in like 1 or 2 tech choices here and there. So the second Swan, gonna assume he's gonna have some priorities on getting it out then, or is just worried about needing to have a little bit extra healing just in case. And that's where you get to the argument of the White Swan Lyrial, which we can get into a little bit if that comes up in the match. But
I will say in this matchup against Forest, unless it's a Silver Ball, Lyrio doesn't really do that much, so I'm guessing he's probably pretty happy with the Odette here. But let's get into the round. Are we ready to get straight into the top 4 match?
Definitely are, and we will have Haven on the left side, Egg Haven, and Good Range Forest on the right side. Egg Haven with the 1 die roll, and it's okay, Beamer, because Lawrence got a 5. So he gets to dictate the Evos. I'm
so professional.
He's going to take the Evo points, I assume. In this scenario, not wanting to give it to Egg Haven at all. We don't want the early Alices to come out, especially because in the mirror match. Going to do the mulligan first. We're going to see Haven do the mulligan. Forrest is going to keep. Yep. Okay, so he is going to give the Evo points over to Egg Haven. That's interesting. So he's going to do that straight into Harvest straight away for OOC. And I'm just surprised he gave the Evo points over because I didn't think he'd want to do that. Because it's very easy, of course, like I mentioned, right, to get that early Evo Alice, which can really dictate the rest of the game. So, gonna go for that anyway. Cresselia gonna come down, get some 2 off the top. Not gonna help.
Oh, the rearrange, rearrange.
That's not very good to see. But Actress,
you never hit off Lily anyway, dude. You literally never hit off Lily.
Yeah. So maybe if it was set 1 or set 2, right? But like not really there. So I mean, the fact that both went to the bottom like that, you can see the way he rearranged it is he's not happy with what he saw.
Is this
And
like both
Shane
elephant? And it's like my win condition.
yeah, yeah. Fina. So probably an Alice 3. We'll have to wait and see. On Haven's side, but yeah, just like it seems pretty cool both sides for now. I mean, obviously Haven's got the early burn damage. As expected, the Evo onto the Lily. I don't think we've actually seen Evo Lily today. So going to see that come through. If you guys have forgotten, because you might not see it much anymore, you can actually just take an enemy follower, put it at the bottom of the owner's deck. So
it clears Epitaph. It clears Epitaph. It clears Epitaph.
It's very,
one of the
very
only
good.
cards. One of the only cards in the game. Lily and Surefire Bullet, the only cards that actually deal with Epitaph.
And of course, Lily even better because it doesn't trigger last words. So that's actually even better than Bullet to come through. Actress, obviously in the grave. Off of that hit, going to run that one in while the Fiend is going to pull out the Andromeda again there. So, dude, yeah, Evolve Lily, that's really, really cool to see that because, like we said, haven't seen it all today, and she's actually really, really good. And for she's one of those cards, it's kind of like what's the other forest card? I always get Floral Fencer and this other one, Rose Gardener.
Rose Gardener.
Like we haven't seen Rose Gardener today in any mid-range forest decks. We know she's pretty good tech choice as well. A lot of players, I guess maybe Amanar about, but it's also really for that bounce control. So
I think there's an argument that Asian Flash is better than Rose Gardener, like with the 70 Surefire Bullets. Like, but yeah, it's kind of cool. So professional, Ancient Elf already.
Ancient Elf, ooh. Nothing else to bounce though, unless he drops Harvest and Evo's the Ancient Elf. No way, insane, gonna do it. Yeah, obviously easy.
This is a pretty good opener. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
That's really good curve for him.
But the only thing he needs to worry about here is like because he searched Andromeda off the Phoenix in here, so potentially his opponent here might just all in. It's a bit risky, obviously, because if you all in here and you don't hit Alice or anything like that, you lose. But supposing if you went Egg plus Andromeda here, and then you like went really wide in that respect, and then you topped into Alice, you would probably win the game. But I don't think he's got the. You're probably not going to do that. To be fair, most people don't have the confidence to risk it all on that. So he's just going to go with the tea time, which will allow him to. Whoa, it's such an egg. He might not evolve it here. Actually, he might just leave it. And then next turn, I think he's going to leave it. He's just going to take the fire. I think.
Maybe.
Because basically, he's got the Andromeda. Yeah, let me explain it to you. So the reason why he shouldn't evolve it here is because next turn, regardless if the egg gets cleared, if the egg doesn't get cleared, he gets to build like a board of 5 followers. And if it does get cleared, you still bring it back with 2 play points next turn, and you go Andromeda, and you drop something else, and then you blow up the field anyway. So this is sort of like a, can you answer this? And if you can't answer, I get a better outcome. And even if you do answer, I still get a decent outcome. It's that type of play.
Yeah. And there's also could be considerations for like whatever's in hand as well, right? Like you might want to get an effect off of a card in hand before tossing it to the grave. We're gonna get blown up by egg, right? So yeah, can understand that. Could also have been I was more thinking as well, like choosing the egg out of the choice from hair was interesting. Maybe he hasn't seen it, maybe when he saw it there. Yeah, he just went for it, but Cassiopeia is just gonna clear it anyway. Just gonna easily deal with that, so that's huge. On his side, and now Egghaven's like, the
egg Andromeda's coming. The egg Andromeda's coming for sure. Like he's dropping egg here. Yes. So, but I don't think he feels good about it. I think he feels extremely bad about dropping egg here, especially if he has to resurrect it.
Definitely when we get to see what he discards as well, right? I think it's probably also going to show why he's a little bit iffy about it.
If it's egg from hand, it's okay. Yeah, okay, it's egg from hand. All right, it's fine.
Okay, so he's good. He's good. Yeah.
It's good.
Andromeda. Another Andromeda.
Oof,
maximize play points, followers. Yeah.
So good game on that.
Good. So what's that? Pinion, Alice.
Nice. Then. The Alice discard here is like massive because basically it's just going to bring it back next turn to refill his EX then, but. I guess it's lost a lot of his late game, so it's tough to say. I think honestly, this
opinion.
Yeah, I think it's actually.
Remember... You go.
I was gonna say I think it's actually still mid-range forest favored here Because like the 4-4
Yeah,
2-2
yeah,
2-2 isn't really that hard to answer, and you don't lose even if you take 8 damage
yeah,
anyway. But the main thing
yeah,
here is that they another Cassiopeia. Is that right? Yeah, okay. If this game is
yeah,
like very, very mid-range for us maybe now, because
yeah,
from the Burn Boy side, like he has to bring back the Alice in order to refill his EX zone. And like if you
yep,
spend
yep,
3 or 4 play points, depending if you use it either point, right? But if you use 3 to 4 play points and you use that to fill up your EX zone, like you only have 3 play points left, and then you're basically not able to do anything this turn. You cannot clear the Cassiopeia with your Alice, therefore you take 4 damage from the Cassio. And also your last way to actually answer the Cassio is with another egg, but you're actually just in Elephant and Silverboard range. So the
yeah,
situation is
yeah,
very, very bad for Burn Boy.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
the second Cassiopeia was drawn. But yeah, I'll pass it over to you.
yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, obviously the cast was huge, and I think they were just double checking hand size, kind of make sure she had damage. That does maybe a disagreement there, or not for a moment, but it was there, and it deals with most of it. So he's gonna tap the hair now. Yeah, and obviously in the discard pies, obviously the Alice will come out. It's the most obvious and best choice there. It was the double pinion. I'm actually worried about that he lost there because obviously. First of all,
Yeah.
that's what he targets for Tin Soldier, right? That's one of the key ones to bring that to EX area, get an instant Fable counter. But also, as you mentioned, right, he runs 2 Evolved in this deck,
Mm.
and now he's only got 1, right? So,
Yeah, and he needed that to
and
clear
you
the
don't,
second Cassio, as you mentioned. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So it's unfortunate now because he's basically just got an extra deck card he can't use, which obviously we talk about in the decklist discussion, how maybe that spot is normally used for other cards.
Mm.
Obviously, that's just a situation thing here.
Mm.
But yeah, and you can see the white swan come up, Tin Soldier as
That is
well.
not bad. That's not
So
bad. That's
that's
pretty good.
really
Yeah,
good.
that's pretty
That's a
good.
good recovery. Good recovery. Gonna tap the Android for 2 and send that one in. Gonna tap the Tin Soldier now while it's on the board.
I think he
Go
might be
down to
dead.
6.
I think he might be dead here.
So, yeah, so what is that?
I think he's dead.
5.
Yeah.
Does he have?
It's lethal if he has
So white
Elephant, I
swans.
think.
Yeah, okay.
Elephant's lethal, Silverbolt, if he's on 7, is also lethal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't
So
slow
yeah,
roll like this. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have lethal then. It's fine.
yeah. So Casso, that's 4. Yeah, no play points. Showing grave. So he knows that there's 2 eggs in there. So maybe working for an explosion potentially. I wonder. Yeah, obviously looking to push damage, but also maybe trying to just delay an extra turn. Wonder if he's got. Actually, hang on. Just considering the Casso now. You're gonna run it into 11. And oh, okay. So spring green protection. That's the CC alt art. Love to see it.
You love to see.
Of course, with the CC leader. That's just guidance draw. So what's he looking for? I wonder. Of course.
He just wants an answer to this, right?
So
Like
okay,
he just
that's
doesn't want to
Benario.
die.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So just trying to get the extra cards in hands. I wonder if he even has elephant or so maybe not, right? So
Maybe he actually did. Maybe he did actually. You know, at the start of the game we played Lily, and then like you were like, oh, maybe it was something good.
oh
Maybe
yeah, the
he.
2 at the top. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah. Okay, the
the
homecoming
homecoming.
is actually
That's
backbreaking here.
huge.
I think that just ends the
Oh,
game. I think that literally just ends the game. Right? Is it not?
yeah,
Oh, he
because
doesn't.
it
Is the
bounces
combo
to the
fight?
bottom. I don't think he had
Oh,
combo
okay. He didn't have the combo. Okay, it's
5,
still playable.
but even still, like that's still a huge bounce hit. What's this? What 4-7 on Egghaven's side at the moment that Burn Boy has. How much is OC? I think OC is usually play points, but Spinario does have ward, so. And you can see he's counting through, just showing how much in hand at the moment. Obviously, Burn Boy's going to want to know that. Watching out for the elephant, watching out for Silverbolt. Okay, so turn's going to pass. So
I don't feel like his.
no Dumpty, no Tin Soldier.
But he can recur it back with the
The
with
hands
the
amulet.
T-Tone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he can get egg
Yep.
if he wants to, which I suspect is probably going to happen, but it kind of sucks because I think he wants to keep his hand here.
Yep. Yep. And that's always the hard choice, right? Knowing when to discard with the Humpty Dumpty, making sure to combo that right. You don't want to chuck it away way too early, or and of course you don't want to leave it too late either. So he does have White Swan as well to kind of delay things if he needs to, of course. He's got a Cassiopeia and a Spinario board he has to worry about.
But what he can do here, I think it's a 7 PP, right? So he could
7
bring back Humpty Dumpty, and then he could play the White Swan to buff the HP by 2, and then he can go for his final all-in play, which when he evolves from Humpty Dumpty, both of them will survive because they're both 6 HP. But this just dies to May, so I mean, like, I don't think like it's not a great it's not a great situation for a bad boy.
Yeah.
And he has to clear the board. If he doesn't clear the board, he's just dead, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Actually, I'm wondering, like, probably wondering what his best choices with hair. Maybe considering the Humpty Dumpty, because obviously he can't bring back Pinion. I mean, he could bring back Alice. Maybe I'm wondering if he's thinking about Alice to then use Alice Evolve's effect to get something in the EX area. But then, like, what are you looking for? I guess at that point, because again, you're not dealing with the board, right? So, in case if it's 5 health, not 4, so Alice won't kill her. So he's gonna tap the 2 for the amulet. Should be the egg haven. There you go.
I feel so bad, man. Oh, he's doing the play I said. Yeah.
I mean,
which sucks. Right? Like, so. Yeah, it's like the best play, but it's like also you just lose.
Yeah. So 3 in. We'll see what he loses. And Alice.
Oh no, not the Alice. No, he's so good.
Yeah, obviously the issue is that I mean Alice is unplayable that turn. Really,
can't play it.
But obviously you never want to lose it. It's lost either way, which is unfortunate. So we're gonna show either cards you.
Yeah, if Lawrence has the if he has the Elf Child May, the game is just over here. But we'll see.
Yeah. It's showing graveyard count. How much is that? So that's definitely what, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm counting. So and
I don't think he has lethal.
That's Harvest, I believe, is also sitting there. So yeah, he I think he would do at this point if he has Elephant or if he has. Okay, gonna tap Harvest.
Ooh, okay, interesting.
The 1 draw. Okay.
You're getting yourself out of lethal range.
Double check. Yeah. So remember, Elephant 6, Silverbolt 7. For play points needed.
So it looks like it's on 4 HP, right? So crucially, that 1 healing from Harvest Festival keeps it outside of the range of the final Humpty Dumpty Evo. Or like an explosion.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, so again, we'll
again.
Board. We'll heals 2 off. Yeah. So yeah, at this point, just controlling Egghaven, right? Because he knows there's nothing in the EX area.
Pinion Prince
he's gonna have the top pick of his life. Yeah. To do anything.
Pinion Prince is the only out now, I think. If he doesn't draw Pinion Prince, the game is over.
Yeah.
And we know he's discarded too, so it's not looking good for him.
Yeah, we already had 2 at grave, right? And
yeah, but he's got 1 copy left. If he tops it, he's okay.
Hey man, heart of the cards, right? Heart of the cards. Spring Green. Is he gonna buff?
Oh, that's so smart.
Yeah.
Okay, now Pinion Prince isn't an out, I think. Well, like, it sort of is, but it's not like a good out. You know?
Wow. No, because Pinion Prince only has 5 attack, so it actually doesn't clear the
wait, no. It's because Pinion Prince is lethal, because it's 4 damage, I think. Oh, this dead. He popped Tin Soldier. I think Pinion Prince is actually just lethal. You bring back Tin Soldier and it's 4 damage, I think. So.
2 Soldier, 1, 2. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
But I mean, like, obviously, he was, like, searching for Pinion.
5, 8. Does he have 8? Yeah, I guess 8 points. Yeah, so yeah, it would be.
He might not have lethal. He might not have lethal. He might bounce this and clear the Tin Soldier. I wouldn't be surprised. If he just doesn't have like a proper lethal.
homecoming again as
Mm.
well, and it doesn't even need to be the combo either because it's only removing one. There's both homecomings. Go show how powerful that is. We talked about that earlier today.
Does he have Marvelous Sunday to seal it? Marvelous Sunday to seal it?
Spinaria. Wait, is it Spinaria? I believe that's Spinaria.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Marvelous Sunday?
Yep.
Marvelous Sunday?
See? Yep.
Yeah, Marvelous Sunday.
Search. Yep.
Yeah, expected. Yeah. So like now he's just healing out of range. Now there's nothing that can kill him.
Yep.
I think there's actually nothing in the game that can kill him from here. He's thinking about bouncing castle.
Yeah, so heals up to 6, puts him out
very healthy.
Ancient Elf as well.
Oh, does he have play points to play it one more time?
Again.
I think the only out might be like Alice into double exploit. I don't even think like that's...
Yeah, it's gonna have to be like a card that gets into a card that gets into a card, but it's not.
Yeah, it's conceded. It's conceded.
Yeah. Dude, what a match though.
He didn't even need Elephant, right? He played it out pretty well, like the ultimate.
Yeah,
I bet he did mill 2 Elephant, like you said with that Lily. And you were like, it's not happy. You probably did actually.
Yeah, you see, just looking at him like, bro, those my boys. Those are boys right there. Dude, but I mean, even having them stacked like that, I mean that's already bad. Though, having to put on the bottom of the deck, right? But let's just say, in the long term, better than he did get it with the Lily, because Elephant into Elephant. I mean that was sucked. Probably for him there, but I just liked how he's able to just control the game, basically. I'll say almost really from the get go, right? Like against Burn Boy there, where there's quite a few times where obviously he'd go for a bit of a combo, or I had to rethink. Go for this. Oh no, I got to rethink that now because I think the cast just being dropped time after time after time, which is really really cool that he had that in the back pocket. And the double homecoming as well, just being huge, being able to bounce, just completely remove followers, essentially from the game, right? It's bottom of the deck, so you might as well say from the game at that point. Being really, really cool and seeing that, and I guess maybe showing why homecoming's better to run it too than what I would say.
That card is really annoying. It's really annoying, dude. I've played against that thing. Really is. Yeah. I've lost to that exact deck at locals. He's beating me with it.
Yeah, well there you go.
But yeah, like homecoming. There you go. Oh, there we go. Oh, I mean, it's part of my locals. Like, I mean, there's only a handful of people that do beat me on the regular, but to be fair, it's because he goes for the locals I do. But anyway, to address that comment in the chat, we'll give him warning for that. But I don't think it was cheating, because otherwise he would have had Elephant a lot earlier than cheating involved, I would say. But yeah, anyways, that was a top 4 match. So the final match is a rematch of a streamed game we've already had. So the Demon Hunter is back with Demon Slayer himself, Tanjiro. Tanjiro's back, and yeah, it's a rematch between
time today.
Yeah. I mean, he's been appearing quite often, right? And he's versing the same opponent that was a round 2 match actually. It's a rematch of the round 2 stream match. So it was destined. But it is currently 8:22 a.m. Sydney been up for a very long time. We started at 12 a.m. midnight. I think we've been running the tournament, casting 8 hours.
Yeah.
So we're nearly done, but we have